I'm used to sitting here and apparently looking reasonably intelligent, answering questions, but to stand up here and be the one asking the questions, that's going to be an interesting experience for all of us, I hope. I would also say that I'm feeling a little bit old and a little bit tired, and I just want to share that with you because I did my first conference on sustainability in 2007, and I was heckled from the audience. It was in the United States, and I was representing DHL, and I stood up and said, you know, we've got a really serious problem with climate change. And somebody at the back of the audience asked me why I was so certain that there was a problem with climate change, and in fact told me that I should be locked up for lying to the world. I'm really pleased that we seem to have moved on a little bit since then. Everybody seems to recognize that the world is changing and that things are happening that we are not totally in control of. I really hope that we can convey some of that information today with some of the excellent people that we've got coming along, so that we can share with you some of the ideas and some of the experiences that we've had along the journey. I was very, very pleased to see this week that Sheikh Mohammed attended a meeting where every single emirate signed up to the net zero commitment by 2050. But I was especially pleased that they all committed to a measurement and monitoring process. And the reason for that is that net zero, unlike green and unlike sustainable, net zero is a mathematical concept. Net is a mathematical term, and zero, depending on your view of history, zero is a number, or it's not a number, but it's a mathematical concept anyway. So when I go and visit large corporates, and I say to them, how are you getting ready for net zero? And they say, well, we've got this happy smiley face thing, and if the project's going well, we have a green smiley face, and if it's going badly, we have a red grumpy face. And I ask them, what's the numerical value of the green or the red? I know that they haven't even started thinking correctly about this yet. They haven't actually got as far as assessing and measuring their carbon footprint. And this is going to be a journey for all of us together. It's going to be hard. I remember being asked in 2009 by the head of Deutsche Post DHL, Carl, how many people do you think we need in our company to work on sustainability? At that time, the organization had 520,000 employees, and I asked, how many of those employees are accountants who are counting money? And he guessed about 20,000. I had a team of 13 people doing sustainability. So I boldly suggested we might need at least 20,000 people doing sustainability because they would at least save some money. They would at least be saving carbon footprint, making a difference to EBITDA and moving the business forwards. Now that numeric approach is something that we've seen now running through a lot of the companies that have taken the Science-Based Target Initiative, the international numeric way of measuring carbon footprint. But today, I really want to explore this in a bit more depth. This year already, I've sat through 7 sustainability conferences, some of them as a speaker. And honestly, I've been bored senseless by most of it. The level of polish of greenwash is achieving new levels. Companies are coming out with spokespeople, heads of sustainability, and PowerPoint presentations that are superb and entirely lacking any detail or any real commitment or any real concept of how serious this is. The policy needs to be driven from the C-level. It needs to be driven by the CEO. The ownership needs to be at the board. This challenge will affect everyone in the organization, and it will affect every business in the world. We need to address it, and we need to get on with it now. Thank you very much for listening to me initially, and I hope that we'll have some fun later on today. So thank you. So if I might start with Sir Malachi and ask them to introduce each one of my panelists. If you could just tell us a bit about yourself. Because I'm a little bit strange, I'd like to know a little bit how you got involved in sustainability and what your organization does.
Welcome everybody, pleasure to be here. So I'm Sir Malachi Halliday. I am the CEO founder of Halliday Growth, which provides working capital and finance to sustainable businesses. I also run a few non-profits here in the UAE. We do a lot in the environmental space. Last weekend we did beach cleanups and things like that. Next weekend we have more projects bringing leaders from across the region to the UAE. I originally got involved in sustainability as part of a larger approach, shifting our investment model and our focus to how we make money from pure straight bottom line to, I'm sure we've all heard about the double bottom line, and looking at how when we serve all of our stakeholders better, we end up making more money for ourselves and everyone ends up better. Where that's taken us to now is the businesses we're financing. They are sustainable in nature, whether it's environmental, as well as how they treat their customers, their staff, and this is the role we play in the market today. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tobias Meyer. I'm actually from Deutsche Post DHL. I'm one of the 20,000 accountants Carl was just referring to. And my job now is to start measuring all the good things we are doing. I'm pretty happy to be one of the pioneers, I would say, in the ESG drive. Being the logistics company of the world, naturally our carbon footprint today is pretty big. So in 2021 was 39 million tons of CO2, which is something like the size of Denmark, of what Denmark is emissioning. So it's huge. And we have set ourselves ambitious targets. We want to be net zero by 2050, like the UAE. We announced the strategy 2 years ago, and the whole organization is working on achieving that goal.
Good morning. David Gatwood, Chief Engineering Officer for the Abu Dhabi Ports Group of companies. A very diverse group. It's not just ports. We look after things with the largest landowner in Abu Dhabi. So all the major industrial estates, KZ, Zones Corp, ICAD and the like belong to us. Shipping lines, cruise terminals, many different things. A very diverse portfolio. And my team look after all of the CapEx investment across the group. Some years ago, we took the step forward to take sustainability far more seriously and to look at our current portfolio and how we could intervene and increase our sustainability awareness within those, but also all of our future projects. And we're now, very recently, we won an award with the World Green Building Council for a net zero designed corporate office that we're building with CMA on one of our new terminals. So we're taking sustainability very, very seriously. We are now looking at it as a lever of assessment for our investments as well, whereas previously it would be a pure look at an investment from a return on investment, whereas now we're looking at it from a multiple angles, including sustainability, including its ESG impact as well. So looking at things in a far more holistic approach. The team is passionate about what it does, but quite often we come up against the financial brick wall. And we do very much now have to look at justifying investments from a life cycle perspective, justifying investments that, if we spend a bit more time and attention looking at something, we can design something that over its lifespan will be far more energy efficient, far more carbon neutral. So we're taking a much broader approach to investments now with a lot further horizon on the way forward. So thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Good morning, everybody. Kivanch Karyola, I do represent Volvo Group here. So I think you know Volvo very well, but just in very short, we are equipment manufacturers with different industries, construction equipment, boats, yachts, obviously trucks and buses, different segments. A couple of panelists here is transport suppliers, and we basically manufacture equipments for the transport suppliers. How we got involved in this sustainability, we've been always a part of the problem, of course, since the beginning as an equipment manufacturer, because we are contributing to the carbon emission big time, and all the transport suppliers who are using our equipments, I'm mainly referring to the ICE, internal combustion engines, or the diesel engines, is definitely a big player in the carbon emission. And our intention is not just to be a part of the problem, but we are also trying to be a solution of the problem that we are creating. So we would like to create a better world that we all would like to live in. And what I'm doing in this specific journey, I'll look after the region, which is called Middle East and Turkey. Obviously, UAE is a part of the whole region. And we are trying to minimize the problem that we are causing and maximize to create a better world for ourselves and for the next generation. Very much looking forward.
So, we have an expert in money, an expert in trucks, somebody from ships, and with DHL we have ships and aircraft and trucks. Oh, and warehouses, and plenty of other things. So the whole solution is on stage. So the first question is, how are we doing? Thinking about the fact that in end of 2006, Al Gore released Inconvenient Truth, and then at the Paris Climate Change Agreement, we committed the world to trying to keep to under 1.5 degrees warming above industrial levels. So I'm going to start, first of all, with you. How do you think we're actually doing against the targets?
Not doing great with the targets. The targets are in place. And if you are talking about the globe, each and every country is on a different level. They have different targets. Each and every company have different targets on different levels, and they have different time plans. I know at least two panelists here, Abu Dhabi Ports and DHL. They are extremely important organizations for the globe, for the nation, for this country too. Maybe I can just mention about what Volvo Group are having targets. Not so far away from today, by 2040, Volvo have officially announced that we're not going to be producing any more ICE units. So just only 15, 16 years from today, if you take the manufacturing, we're not going to be having any diesel engines. But how are we going to be doing that? Of course, it's a little bit complex question to give an answer. And sustainability is not only about the equipment, it's not only about the transportation, it's a way, way bigger scope. I mean, it boils down to the global warming, it boils down to the increase in the climate, it boils down to the food consumptions, it boils down to the animals and the whole global ecosystem that we are living in it. So in one aspect, yes, governments, rule makers, local authorities, transport suppliers, equipment manufacturers, as you mentioned, C-level organizations are playing a very huge role in this journey. But I sincerely believe, very much including myself and everybody in this room as an individual, has a huge role, and we should, we can, and we will be contributing to this journey if we want to be a part of it. We can even start by ourselves. Of course, as I said, it's a very big topic and it goes to the different dimensions, but we can even start with our eating habits. We can even start by our purchasing habits and all these kind of stuff. But in short, there's a huge awareness, targets are there, and definitely it's time to walk the talk, not just talk the talk. Actions has to be in place. Otherwise, it's going to be too late.
So, David, if Kibank's right, that we're not where we need to be, what do you think the main barriers that stop us from doing better are? The challenges facing industry, what's really stopping us from going faster to achieve those targets?
I think I think momentum's building. I think awareness is building. As you said, from where you started some time ago, you were an isolated soul, probably under a lot of scrutiny. I think things have moved forward a lot. Collectively, the world, we're falling short. But I think it's now being discussed in the boardroom far more seriously. It's being discussed in Parliament and in political circles far more seriously. I think globally we're far too forgiving on failing. Previously, if we fail on, if my team fail on the delivery of something or it's too expensive, we're in trouble. There's far too much forgiveness, but I think that is changing. In our world, in the development world, quite often it's the finance side of things. I don't know how many other people here from the finance background. Finance is quite often put as a challenge. It's going to cost more. There's a perception it's going to make things more difficult. It's going to be a cost that maybe we didn't have to spend. So currently, I feel there's the more aware organisations are taking it more seriously and are embracing sustainability and are doing something about it. I think legislation needs to fall into place. I think it's certain European countries are banning petrol diesel engines by a certain period of time. That forces the industry to change. That gives a definitive date that something has to happen. I think legislation will have to fall into place. But I think momentum's increasing. The awareness is, the tools are getting there. A little bit, you mentioned earlier on, how do we measure things? That's one of the biggest challenges. I run an engineering team, and I said to the guys, okay, net zero, we're going to get to net zero. Okay, fantastic, that's the destination, but where are we now? What is our embedded carbon? Excuse me, at the minute, what is our generated carbon? And we've struggled to find the tools to be able to make true hand-on-heart definitions and statements that mean something rather than, as you say, a lovely presentation.
So Tobias, you mentioned DHL's carbon footprint worldwide of 39 million tons being the equivalent of Denmark. When we did the first carbon footprint measurement, which was in 2007, the footprint was 33 million tons. Actually, although that sounds terrible, 33 going to 39, as a business as usual measurement, that's really not bad, considering DHL's grown considerably in that process. When we were doing that back in 2007, I remember describing 33 million tons as the same as 46 countries put together. Now, a lot of them were small countries, but they were all signatories of the Paris Agreement. And I wonder, how has DHL embodied the numbers in its targets and into the way that people look at things? How have they really embraced this? Because DHL's been doing this longer than most large businesses. And how have you managed to get 33 million tons to only become 39 million, as opposed to doubling or trebling, which is what it would have normally done?
Yeah, I think you're talking about an important point. So we have a very hard target actually to reach 29 million by 2030, despite we keep expecting the business to grow. So we need to take a lot of decarbonization measures. And actually in 2021, we already did close to 1 million tons purely with decarbonization measures. Our board, since 2022, has targets based on ESG targets. So it's 10% environment, it's 10% social, 10% government. So if we don't take decarbonization measures, our board will feel it in their pocket. And that normally is a good start. All the people in finance are being trained, being educated on different measures. We are systematically capturing all the different measures so that we get a good understanding of how are we doing. It's quite interesting because there's a lot of questions. And if you buy sustainable fuel, how to account when it's used, when it's bought, how to do it, how to make decisions if you have slightly higher price but much more carbon efficient. How do you convert that into euros again? Because a balance sheet and a P&L is in euros at the end of the day, or in dollars or dirham. And it will cascade down through the whole organization. So I'm pretty sure in 1 or 2 years, in my targets, I will have a sustainability target. And if we don't deliver, I will feel it in my pocket. And I think that will really drive behaviors across the whole organization.
So that linkage between a numeric carbon footprint and money, Malachi, you know this is coming to you. I was at a conference recently and they were talking about that intersection between carbon finance and money finance. When you're looking at a business as a potential client, you wouldn't dream on offering them finance or even having an engagement with them unless they produce some audited accounts. How do we move from asking that normally to people before they go and talk to their bank, where's your last 3 years audited accounts? How do we get them to actually give us their last 3 years carbon accounts so that we can assess, as I know you want to, so that you can work closer with businesses that are doing better on this journey? How do you do that?
So it's an interesting one, and especially challenging when we're financing companies at the smaller end of the scale. For larger corporates, there's certainly that infrastructure in place and that data collection. But a theme that's been coming through today is the importance of monitoring and evaluating this as it comes in. For the smaller end of the businesses, we're looking at quantifying their impact, yes, specifically on the carbon example, through factoring their carbon credits as one way of doing it. So we're coming in earlier in the process, and this is tying into crop financing and other models that we're adopting, coming in from the very beginning of their process and financing or funding new practices which result in more sustainable, often environmentally friendly practices. And that way we know, we have an expectation that through the deployment of our funds, this is going to be the result. So rather than looking backwards through time, a lot of these companies that we're funding, that we're coming into, they aren't historically green companies. They're not historically sustainable. So we're helping shift traditional business models into more sustainable business models. But just to add on one of the previous panelists' comments about the urgency of where we are, just some quick numbers for us all. We've lost 69% of our wildlife in the last 50 years, and it's only getting worse. The oceans are expected to be 150% more acidic by 2100, so further, unfortunately, promoting wildlife loss. All of these issues directly affect us from an investment perspective. When our supply chains are affected, whether it's through fisheries, whether it's through energy, etc., when these supply chains are stressed, it affects profit margins, that increases insurance premiums, etc. So me as an investment guy, as a finance guy, I'm looking at this going, I don't want to invest in these unsustainable practices. I do what I can, we do what we can as a business to shift small companies to something more sustainable. But a lot of the burden of responsibility comes from the capital allocators, which as my co-panelist mentioned, it's the people making the decisions. If we can incentivize them the right way, then that's where the real change is going to happen.
Thank you. So Tobias, the DHL is fairly unique as a big company in that you have an extensive B2B operation, but also a lot of B2C. And certainly as a customer using DHL Express as a courier company, I can choose to offset my emissions. Coming back to what Malachi was saying, we really do need to change people's thinking. Where do you see that today? And it is a challenge that I see for the government as well. The government set us a net zero target, but how far down that road are individuals and how far are small businesses and how far are big businesses in the region?
I think it's different levels, right? And I think it also depends on, very frankly, the individual situation. So if you are a private person and you can afford it, I think there's a lot of interest. So in the B2C market, for people who are aware of the issue and can afford it, they really opt for go green, we call it, solutions very frequently. In B2B settings, it's already getting different because there, when you work with smaller enterprises, many of them will be, turning every dirham and very well consider whether they can afford to spend more money on sustainable solutions. And when you go to the big corporates, you will find a lot who are very aware of the issue, again, having similar ambitions like we have, aware of their reputation as well, who then actively work on becoming more sustainable. And what we try to do is we've tried to find these allies, we try to create solutions, we try to showcase the solutions and really step by step get everybody on board, because I think we will not have everybody joining the party immediately, but it's really important to get the ball rolling. I think that really will create the momentum, and I'm with David. I see more and more momentum coming, and that's pretty encouraging for me.
So David, your Abu Dhabi Ports is probably closer to the government than some of the other private businesses here. Do you see mandates coming as a diktat from government saying, we must do this and it's part of your goals? And do you think that's a good way of doing it?
Have we seen a specific mandate? No. Is COP28 in this country this year? Yes. Will that bring to bear some important decisions to be made? I would imagine so. So have we seen any legislation? No, we haven't. But do we think it's coming? Yes. From an industry perspective, we also believe it's coming as well. So we're involved, as I say, be it logistics or industrial estates or whatever it may be, shipping lines, cruise lines and the like. So the cruise industries, they're very, you mentioned the sea. The customers can bring a lot more pressure to bear nowadays. The customers filtering up have choices nowadays. So for example, the cruise liners, they are probably one of the first to adopt alternative fuels, scrubbing systems in their engine systems. Next would be, in our world, the major shipping lines, the DHLs of the seas, the Maersks, the CMAs and the like. We're working with them at the minute, a new terminal, a process called cold ironing, which helps electrify vessels while they're at berth, net zero buildings and the like. So it's coming. It's coming. Have we seen legislation? No. Do I believe it will come? I think it's just a question of time.
Whereas within Volvo, I think this is a corporate mandate that's come down from the top saying, we must do this. And it's not just because you think the customers want it or necessarily because you feel that government is going to mandate, but this is actually driven from a strategic decision at the top of Volvo, isn't it?
100%. Again, none of us are the experts when the fossil fuel is going to go away from our lives, but according to many respectable research, by 2050, 2060, we're not going to be having any fossil fuel. That we can fill our equipments, that we can fill our passenger cars or whatever the industry that is being used currently today. And let's be honest, let's be transparent, Volvo Group is a profit-making company, so that's a little bit unlike maybe to the other organizations, but our company, of course, would like to make money and generate income for its employees and to its stakeholders. So in one way or another, money still is very important in all these corporate profit-generating companies. But the main target is that we sincerely believe we're not going to be making any money from fossil fuel in the future. And that's the reason why we have to be extremely proactive, and we need to put all of our money, all of our income for the research and development so that we can produce biodiesel trucks, we can produce electric vehicles, we can produce LNG, we can produce so many other alternative fuels that we can help to our customers. Is it commercially affordable? Does the total cost of ownership is there with the alternative fuels? Unfortunately, the answer of that question is no. It boils down to a little bit manufacturing effects, obviously no-brainer. Lesser you produce, it becomes very high cost, and more you produce, it becomes much lesser cost. And all the components on these alternative fuels is not that much affordable compared to the diesel engines. Without taking so much time, I will just give you one very little reference. I think last year we have manufactured more than 150,000 trucks just in the truck industry. And Volvo is one of the big players globally in the world. So, I mean, not only in the Middle East and Turkey, but regardless, very little portion of that amount, that 150,000 trucks, is actually having a net zero carbon emission vehicles Yet Volvo is again one of the biggest players on the alternative fuels. Are we there yet? No, definitely. But again, even profit is one of the biggest motivations. So that's the reason why it's coming from the top. And again, as I said in the beginning, it's a very, very complex thing, sustainability. I mean, money is very, very important on all companies and all individual levels. But we need to understand, if the world continues like that, we will lose our health, our next generations, our kids, our grandkids is going to lose their health before we start losing the money. So if there is one thing more important, money, then maybe all the whole human nature, humankind, is the health. So that's also another very big motivation behind why everything is coming top down from the bottom.
But building upon that and coming back to something Malachi was saying earlier, the spectrum of views across the sustainability agenda is very broad. You've got people who are out there campaigning for just stop oil, who literally want us to stop using fossil fuels today, right the way through to major oil and gas companies who say it's just going to be a transition period, don't worry about it, it's all going to be smooth, we're going to move to green hydrogen, we're going to move to other products. In the middle of that somewhere, I've seen a lot more recently about the concept of degrowth. And this concept that you've said, that we've got to look after the future for our next generation of children, and if we're currently using, the last time I read this, we're currently using 1.4 times the resources of Earth to live on this planet, and we don't have another planet. Is degrowth actually a viable strategy? And that's going to be driven from the financial community, because every one of these businesses is told, just as Tobias was saying, you must do more next quarter than you did last quarter. So we are addicted in our stock exchanges, in our businesses. We are addicted to growth. So Malachi, I'm going to ask you this. Do you think degrowth has any credibility as a strategy?
I have a few views on this. Firstly, I think it's incredibly selfish from the economies that have already experienced growth at the expense of the environment, asking other economies which are not yet as developed to sacrifice their growth, which they would have otherwise enjoyed through the use of fossil fuels and environmental degradation. However, from a more solutions-focused perspective, I would say it's largely unnecessary. A lot of our energy consumption, as an example, goes like fuel in a car. I'm sure we've got experts here who know much better than me, but a lot of the energy consumption goes out in waste heat from the moment the fuel is extracted from the ground to getting into the car, etc. Our efficiency and how we use a lot of the resources of this planet is incredibly suboptimal. And we have a long way to go as a species when it comes to the efficiency of whether it's sustainable fishing, whether it's sustainable harvesting, renewable resources in energy space, et cetera, et cetera. It's shifting things from consumption of helium in birthday balloons to conserving it for medical equipment. We're using a lot of resources in ways that are frivolous, which if we reallocate these resources, it doesn't need to detract from growth in any way at all. It's just a reallocation and a more sustainable approach to how we use these resources. So I don't think it's necessary overall.
David, what do you think? David, what do you think?
So yeah, it's a very, very interesting concept, right? We recently went publicly listed, and we have been everything we can be domestically, and now we're going global. So we're on a huge growth trajectory. So if I was to propose such a strategy to my board, I'd be shown the door. So it is an interesting concept, but I do totally agree. You know, the opportunities for efficiency in our day-to-day practices at the moment are huge, and the conversion to more efficient, more sustainable practices have to be taken, and have to be taken in parallel with growth. Whether that equals a neutral impact, I'm not sure. But it's certainly a very interesting concept. A lot of the areas we're going to are those countries that were just previously mentioned that are at the beginning of their expansion, their seizing of opportunities, and we're part of the. We develop trade routes, and we are actually enabling and empowering nations to expand as well. Ports are obviously gateways to other countries and enable nations to expand. So it's an interesting concept. I think it has to be done cautiously and in a very considered manner, embracing all of the topics that we're talking about.
I mean, I agree with you. I think we've got a huge challenge here because essentially the generation that we're all from, leading businesses, we've all come through similar sort of education process, and we've always been targeted on growth is good. And this is something that our businesses are set up through our shareholdings, through everything else in order to do. How do you think this would work at DHL if we stood up in front of the board and said, hey guys, the best way to reduce our carbon footprint is to do less business?
Wouldn't work, I don't think. I mean, reality will be somebody else will come and take the business. I mean, so I think for me, growth is also progress. I think technology is there to help us make the system more efficient. Be more considered, I think, is a good thing. I think we have risen the awareness a lot, and I think there is general consensus about the issue itself. But there's so much opportunity in leveraging technology, exploring new stuff, and the consequence of not pursuing the strategies, then also what we see, social tensions, war, other stuff. There's so many people on the planet. Let's don't forget, a lot of people live in China, live in India, live in Africa. It's a very, very different reality than the young kids in my home country, Germany, or the UK. And I think, we want to make this planet a better place to live for everyone, not just for a few.
You mentioned the kids. I've got 3 daughters, and I regularly get a hard time at the dinner table from my kids because they see this attitude that we have of what we've been schooled in as the problem. And they say, why can't you just tell the board that you don't want to grow this year? And really the question is a regional one. We do see the differentiation around the world, but this Gen Z that are coming through, they do have a different attitude. I mean, I also teach at one of the business schools here, and I see these youngsters coming through, and they are not as motivated by profit and by making money and having a flash car and a big house. They're not. Do you see this as a hope for the future?
Definitely yes. Again, it's a little bit complex topic. What is our role to affect the next coming generations? Some say that as parents or as adults, they will still do whatever they want to do, but I think we can only control the things which is in our control, which is just to try our best and show them the best part of our lives that they would like to be. Social media, all these companies, we as parents, whomever have kids, of course, are their big role models. Not necessarily that they will follow us or they may follow the different paths, but again, it doesn't matter. I think we should act very responsibly and we should show them the right ways to do it. Just I would like to reflect a little bit on the previous question, what you say. Again, I said, I mean, it's no secret. It's a public company. It's open to the market that you can follow the figures. And it's 100% profit-driven organization. I'm talking about the organization that I do represent. And the previous topic is quite interesting. And if I need to be very sincere, transparent, and open, I think it will not be appreciated in any countries and any organizations that we are living in the world today. Money, again, overbeats many other things. Growth beats many other things. But how we can act in the best and smart way, I think we should shift the growth to a sustainable growth rather than compromising the growth. It will not be appreciated by the top management. It will not be appreciated by the shareholders. It will not be appreciated by anyone who are using these equipments or utilizing on the transportation or by any means. But yeah, I mean, next generation is coming big time. They have different thoughts. They have different ideologies. The only thing that we can do, if you ask me, is to just show our best part of to them and leave the rest to them. I really hope that they're going to be better than us because we didn't do good, especially in the last 20, 30 years. We are the ones who put this world in today's shape. And if we continue in this shape, they're going to be having a much worse world and earth that they are living today.
David, the challenge, one of the main challenges the government faces is trying to get across the seriousness of this challenge that we face, but yet not scaring people into inaction, but motivating them as employees and as members of society to actually do something. What do you think's the best way that we could be doing that? Should we be running advertisements on television and radio saying, actually, it's all of our personal commitment to reduce our carbon footprint? Or should we be offering financial incentives to business and saying those with the lowest carbon footprint will actually pay less tax, as we've got corporation tax coming through now?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? I don't think there's one silver bullet solves everything. I think combinations of education, as you say, the kids are getting far more aware of these sort of things. My daughter came home with an app on her phone, what's our family carbon credit? She helped choose our next car based on her awareness. She's making decisions for the family that will affect organisations such as Volvo. I think diversification in decision-making processes. For far too long, it's been middle-aged guys making decisions based on spreadsheets. I think diversifying the decision-making audience will help, be it youth, be it more female members on boards and the like. I think that helps a lot, and we've seen very positive influence of that in our boardroom. I think, as you say, a lot of it will always come down to finance, and I think whether it's a carrot or a stick, whether it's a reward or a punishment, either will help focus minds in the boardroom on the balance sheet as to corporate responsibilities and how they record and perform, and therefore what the implications will be. So as you say, a lot of countries around the world, that tax debate, if somebody's going to be elected for 4, what we're talking about has a very long cycle of impact, right? Some countries where there's elected leadership, it's a difficult decision to make. It might affect their ability to be in the ruling party as opposed to the opposition. And a lot of these decisions are too difficult to make and they kick it into the long grass. Interestingly here, we're a different form of governance. And I think we've all been here for some, I've been here 20 years, and what this country has achieved is absolutely incredible. We've currently got astronauts on space stations. It's astonishing. And if anybody can do it, and if anybody's brave enough to make those important decisions, I truly believe it's this country. And as you say, it may be a carrot, it may be a stick, but I'm sure there'll be a strategy somewhere that bears influence down on corporates to make the right decision.
Malachi, you've always got a slightly different view on this. Do you think carrot or stick?
How urgently do you need the response? If it's something that you need an immediate response, then unfortunately the stick is usually more effective. However, I think as opposed to the carrot or stick, it really is contextually based, as the other panelists are saying. It's really situational. There's no one right answer.
Tobias, we see a lot of technologies, and you mentioned this, that there's a lot of great technologies coming and we're excited about the adoption of these. Which of those new technologies do you think is going to be the most effective at tackling climate change?
Well, that's a question. I think what I can talk about is, I think for us in DHL, the biggest challenge we have today is aviation and the fuels used for aviation. And I think we are able to already blend in biofuels, so that's a possibility. But really creating and finding ways to organize aviation in a more carbon neutral way would help our company big time. I think it would help companies like Emirates here. And I think me personally, I believe in trade being a driver of growth for the planet, but also in bringing people together and bringing, societies, countries exchanging goods, working together is always better than doing other stuff. And if we find ways that people can travel, can explore different cultures, can connect and trade with each other in a way where nobody has to feel not totally comfortable getting in a plane because they know it will be producing some carbon emissions, that would be really fantastic. But there is not yet the one single solution. You might know we have ordered some planes. They're called Alice, 12 electric planes. We will start using them from next year. They can only fly, I think, around 1,000 kilometers and carry a ton or two. But we are starting, and I think organizing aviation sustainably would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm personally very concerned about this, that I sat through the government's launch strategy here for sustainable aviation fuels, and the gentleman from IATA was saying that 60% of their strategy is based on using aviation fuel that is today derived from used cooking oil, which, as you know and I know, is already in short supply for the truck fleet that we need. And David, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, is in short supply since IMO 2020 in the shipping fleet. There simply isn't enough left to do the trucks. Now the ships are involved, and as you were saying earlier, the quantities involved are simply mad. I mean, we had a request last week for 1.5 million litres of biofuel for one ship. I mean, you can run a lot of trucks on 1.5 million litres. You can't get very far in an aircraft on that. And where are we going to get this feedstock from? Don't answer that question. But the real issue here is, do you think that we're really realizing today that we don't have enough resources to solve all these problems?
100%. 100%. As I said, we cannot utilize the sources that maybe covers 80-90% of the energy only after 30, 40 years from today. And again, it boils down to, I mean, we need to be honest, we need to be transparent to the people. Of course, profits, money making, growth, I think it will be a part of our lives, and it will be probably one of the biggest motivations of many corporate companies, very much including Volvo. But we sincerely believe that we have to start changing. And that's the reason why we are trying to lead and be the forefront on this change. When it comes to the technologies, I think one size is not going to fit the all. There are a lot of different technologies: natural gas, biodiesel, electric trucks, fuel cell, hydrogen. Each and every technology does have pluses and minuses along with it. So even from the manufacturer, equipment manufacturer perspective, we cannot say this very specific one is way better than many others. So it depends on the reality of the country, it depends on the energy utilization of the country, it depends on the infrastructure, it depends on how big incentives or legislations, regulations are in place. So these things will actually decide how fast it will be and in which direction that it will go.
David, you said earlier that there's no silver bullet. In the shipping industry, we've currently got people looking at ammonia, methanol, biofuels, liquid hydrogen, I mean, all sorts of different things. Do you think it really helps when the industry isn't very focused on a single solution? Because people are trying all sorts of different things, and the bunkering guys in the ports are trying to work out how to store 4 different types of potential future fuel.
Yeah, you're right. We're part of a global ports alliance, and again, if you consider trade routes rather than unique destinations, if you're a freight forwarder leaving Shanghai heading for Rotterdam, you may need 2 or 3 locations to refuel along the way, and you can't be flick-flacking different fuel sources. So if hydrogen's the answer, then there needs to be a global network of hydrogen. If biofuel's the answer, then yes, there needs to be a global network for hydrogen. Same with the aviation industry. So it's going to be interesting. We're seeing that as I say, the cruise liners and the major shipping lines will be able to, through their weight start to dictate what's required. We are looking into being one of the first movers in bunkering alternative fuels. So to be that in some ways it becomes a magnet for the right trade. If you are one of the regional hubs for a specific type of sustainable fuel, then you'll attract the right people. If you're just still trading in heavy fuel, then those customers will go somewhere else. But in our industry, you're right. It's the same, with vehicles, the electrification of vehicles. Everybody was worried about, well, where am I going to be able to recharge? Hesitant to buy because they were worried about the inability to recharge their vehicles. Now that network's in place, the uptake of electric vehicles, I'm sure, is far greater. We're looking at resource in many different ways. We're looking at it from we have a lot of built environment as well. So for us, water's a very valuable resource. So how we recycle water, how we don't discharge sewage as we once was, how we, this area expanded very, very quickly, and a lot of the design here was very heavy, very obese, hugely energy inefficient. So how we go back to our old stock of buildings to make them more energy efficient, and our new buildings, how we design those to be far more leaner and far more energy efficient. So
personally, I'd like to see a lot more sharing of that knowledge.
Absolutely.
DHL, we did the first carbon neutral DHL building in 2008. And the knowledge that we developed there was rolled out through DHL, but wasn't really shared amongst other companies, and certainly not with the competitors. And it's something that I think is going to be necessary, is sharing more information. But what I wanted to cover is just the last point today. We had the Kyoto summit, and from the Kyoto summit came the Kyoto Protocol and something called the Clean Development Mechanism and various voluntary carbon offsets, which allowed us to set up a worldwide market of carbon credits. Recently, these voluntary sector, Vera and Gold Standard, came under a lot of criticism because they found that they weren't actually checking enough that the projects that had received the carbon credits were actually happening the way they said they were. And there was one very renowned one where they were earning carbon credits for not chopping down a forest, and when they checked 2 years later, they found it had actually been chopped down and they'd claimed the money. Do you think that carbon credits are fit for purpose? And if they're not, what's the solution, Malachi?
One of the models that we've adopted, which I alluded to before, was carbon credit factoring. And it's certainly part of the solution. We've been in discussions with a number of carbon credit trading platforms, investors, and suppliers of carbon credits as well. Our approach to this specifically is using the carbon credits which are generated as an additional revenue stream to for, in the case of what we're doing, sustainable farming practices. We're using that as an additional revenue stream which we securitize, which makes it more attractive for us to finance the farmers doing the crops the right way, like harvesting the crops, growing the crops, etc., which makes it more than competitive for this sustainable transition. There are a lot of problems in the carbon credits markets, as you especially mentioned, the voluntary markets. The amount of fraud is incredible, but that's changing, and I think we're all familiar with the applications of blockchain when it comes to registering and tracking these carbon credits. I think as a younger market, of course, it's still evolving as far as what the gold standard may be. And what we've seen in the carbon credits markets from a value of the carbon credits is a significant variance in the values of these carbon credits across different markets, whether you're in Japan or Australia or locally, based on how these carbon credits are being used. So what we're trying to do, at least with the projects we're funding, with this carbon credit factoring, is looking at who the off-take partners are of the carbon credits, locking that in initially, and making sure that's accepted as a security. In this context, and from our perspective, carbon credits are still very much part of the solution. They aren't fully functional, but in smaller use cases, we're making it work.
So I'm not going to ask all of you about carbon credits. I can see the look of dread in your eyes at being asked about it. But I did want to just wrap up and say thank you very much for your time this morning. I think we've covered the most important factors that are happening today. I mean, first of all, we really need to assess. We need to measure carbon footprint, and Tobias told us that this has been done at DHL for a long time. And you, David, said it's something that we really need to get on with here as well. That first step of assessment is really critical. But once we've done the assessment, we need to come to a reduction phase of being more efficient with what we do with our existing resources, existing brown energy. How can we use it better in our organization? Once we've done that, we can look at replacement technologies, the great work that Volvo is doing with electric vehicles and that commitment to stop making internal combustion engines. So assess, reduce, replace. But once we've done that, we're still all going to be left with a little bit of carbon footprint. And that's where the carbon credits should come, in my mind. Assessing and going straight to carbon credits, it sounds a little bit like cheating to me, because you can go from today to net zero without doing any effort. But on the other hand, and in my experience of this, that reduce, replace cycle actually allows you to improve EBITDA. It allows you to make the business more profitable. So why wouldn't you go through those stages before you go to the carbon credit stage at the end? So my summary at the end of this is thank you all very much for agreeing with me. It's assess, reduce, replace, then offset. And if we can get that message out to government and to businesses, then I think we've got a fighting chance of having some success with climate change. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Oh, we have to have photos now. This is for my mum, isn't it? Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, according to my schedule, I think now I should be inviting some more people on stage to join a second discussion. And this discussion is looking at pioneers who've actually been working in this space already for a long time. I'm getting signals from Sam saying you want 5 minutes as a break. Anybody that'd like to visit the little boy and little girl's room? Now's a good time to go. Hello, 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 hello. So good morning again. We're going to kick off with a presentation. Manali's going to tell us all about PepsiCo. So I'm interested to hear about this. And yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you ever thought about where your food and beverages come from?
Where and how the ingredients are grown.
And by whom?
How are they made?
Packaged.
Shipped and sold.
How do they end up in your kitchen?
On your tables.
And what are the impact of your choices on the earth?
On your family.
As you may have guessed, the answers are very complicated.
The global food system is an elaborate network
Of individual farmers,
Distributors and grocers.
And PepsiCo is a very important player in it.
We use more than 25 different crops.
Source from over 7 million acres of farmland.
in 60 different countries.
To make our iconic foods and beverages.
That creates smiles for every sip and every bite.
To billions of people around the world.
That incredible influence and reach means we also have a great responsibility.
The global food system provides nourishment to billions, but it's also become fragile and stressed.
It creates jobs and opportunities for millions of people across the world.
But it also creates billions of tons of greenhouse gases.
It's the very thing that ensures our survival. But it uses millions of tons of fresh water and generates a massive amount of waste.
To do our part to make a positive impact, today we're transforming the way we work, with sustainability at the core of how we will operate and grow, in harmony with people and with the planet. We call this PepsiCo Positive. Pep Positive is our roadmap for becoming the global leader in convenient foods and beverages and a leading actor in the transformation of the global food system.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you got some inspiration from what PepsiCo is doing in our supply chain. I'm Manali Desai, the Chief Sustainability Officer for PepsiCo AMESA, which is Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. So as you saw, we're trying to put sustainability at the heart and center of how we work, and through that, create a huge difference in positive agriculture, positive value chain, and positive choices of what we offer our consumers. I'll tell you a little bit about all of this in a bit, but how are we trying to do this transformation? Well, there are 3 E's that I like to say. First of all, educate, engage, and embed. By educate, what we're trying to do is we're trying to involve everybody in the organization and educating literally from our frontline teams to our corporate executive committees in what does sustainability mean, what does carbon credits mean, simple courses such as that will help get their sustainability literacy up. At the same time, we have several PepsiCo Pep Positive Talk series in which I personally make an effort to visit many of our manufacturing plants, many of our locations, to give talks and tell our entire workforce about what we are doing in Pep Positive. In Engage, what we've tried to do is we've tried to engage all our employees through what we call as PepsiCo Green Teams. And what are green teams? These are small 6 to 8 team member volunteer groups in the 200 locations of PepsiCo who take a cause that is very dear and near to their hearts and get involved in volunteering for green and sustainability topics. It could include something like beach cleanups or educating young students in schools. Other ways that we are trying to engage our employee workforce internally and externally as well is the next big idea, which is an innovation platform that we have launched, and we encourage everybody in PepsiCo to actually come up with interesting, innovative ideas to help us solve our sustainability problems. Similarly, about 2 years ago, we launched the first MENA Greenhouse Accelerator program, in which we are encouraging entrepreneurs within the Middle East and North Africa to submit entries to us so that we can invest in them and then create an incubator kind of an environment for young budding entrepreneurs to solve sustainability issues. Last but not the least, in Embed, what we've tried to do is truly embed PEP Positive in all our business processes. And that starts with our own performance management systems. And in addition to that, our CapEx systems. So most of our CapEx requirements for a new manufacturing plant or a new fleet of trucks comes with a very detailed understanding of how that decision would affect our carbon and water footprints. And us as an executive committee make decisions only after understanding that footprint. Now a little bit more around positive agriculture. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to engage the farmers that we work with in regenerative agricultural practices. And we are sourcing the crops that we get, for potato especially, in a sustainable way from about 4 of our markets. One program that I'm especially proud of that PepsiCo is pioneering on with care is She Feeds the World program. And in this, we work with women farmers who are marginalized in India, Uganda, Egypt, and now we'll move this program to Pakistan as well. And we help those women farmers with financial literacy, with getting them access to the marketplace, and teaching them better agricultural practices. And this has reached about 1 million households within our region. So that, I think, is a true marquee program that we are trying to run. Now coming to about our positive value chain. Now here, picking up from the last panel, this is truly about decoupling the growth that we want to achieve in this evolving region from the environmental footprint that we want to achieve. So there are 3 pillars within this: the water pillar, the climate pillar, and the packaging pillar. And I'll talk a little bit about each of them. Within water, what we're trying to do is we're trying to reduce the water that we use within our manufacturing plant and reduce the water that we use in irrigation for our potatoes, and at the same time, replenish the water that we use back into our watersheds. So for example, now in 2022, we have reduced the water usage in PepsiCo manufacturing plants in this region by 40% of what we used to use in 2015. And same in irrigation. We've reduced our irrigation water needs by 40% by investing in technologies such as drip irrigation, precision agriculture, and such. And many of our manufacturing plants and watersheds are more than 100% replenished. What that means is we give back more water through water replenishment projects than we use in our footprint. That is something that all of our employees are extremely proud of. The second piece on climate. Here, we're making progress, but not as fast as we'd like to. We are installing solar panels in all our manufacturing plants, and it's about 25 plants that we've already installed solar panels in. And we recently launched an electric vehicle pilot in Saudi, which I'm extremely proud of. It's one of the first of its kind for PepsiCo in this region. That said, there's a long way for us to go here. Our goals for 2025 and 2030 are lofty, and only with the help of the governments will we be able to unlock this transition to renewable energy. The third one, and one of the most important for PepsiCo as a food and beverage leader in this region, is packaging. We recently launched recycled PET, recycled packaging materials, in about 6 countries last year. That said, we have to accelerate this even further to truly make at least about 20% of our bottles fully made up of recycled materials. There are challenges. We are working with some of our key suppliers to unlock these challenges by investing in recycled PET manufacturing plants, but we still have a long way to go, and it remains a key priority for us. The third pillar for PEP Positive is positive choices. And what do I mean by that? Here, we want to offer our consumers positive choices that will be more nutritious, more healthier than what they have today. Within this, we're trying to expand our zero sugar and low sugar formulations and making sure that everybody on the table has a choice for their drink of choice. It could be water, it could be Pepsi Black, it could be Mirinda Low Cal. Another thing that we are very proud of is a sustainable packaging choice. You might have seen this in the expo. We had launched Aquafina water machines in which you can take a refillable water bottle and choose the beverage of your choice, sparkling or still water, with any kind of flavorings that you want. And we believe that this is the true beyond the bottle strategy that we can bring to our consumers. That's a little bit about how PepsiCo Positive is taking foot and ground in PepsiCo today. As I keep saying, we have a long way to go. There are 3 asks that I have, and there's a role that each of us has to play. First of all is my industry peers. Conversations such as this, which will drive us to action together, will help us make a faster, accelerated progress towards our combined objectives. Of course, the government plays a huge role across in each of the pillars that I just spoke about. Clear long-term sustainability policies that are going to accelerate some of our renewable energy transitions. At the same time, infrastructure development. We are launching EVs, but we don't truly have the infrastructure for an EV here today. So how can the government help us with policies and the infrastructure development to actually make this a reality? Last but not the least, other institutions and our NGO partners. Let's ensure that we have green finance and truly connect the financing with the KPIs of the projects that we are running. And partner on shared objectives, especially as we come towards COP this year. So with that, I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and I'm excited about the panel that we're about to have.
Thank you, Manali. That was very interesting. I didn't realize you were doing so much. Of course, that does lead to the fact that I'm now going to grill you on all of those programs and ask for your experiences.
Okay. It's a question from the audience. Manali, there's a question for you from the audience.
Go for it.
One of the exciting initiatives that you had was an incubator program for sustainable businesses. Just a very brief question, is that incubating sustainable businesses focused on solving challenges directed by your company, or is that self-directed sustainability and you're supporting it in a more general sense?
We're definitely supporting it in a more general sense. We are asking for, actually great timing, we are asking for applications now, and we've just launched the 2nd edition of the program, and by end of March we will announce, or end of March, early April, we will announce the winners. Last year, for example, we focused on entrepreneurs who are working in the waste collection space and waste collection and recycling space, because we believe that's a key unlock for packaging, because the infrastructure in the Middle East is not well developed for collection. And one of our winners, the team that so we invest about $20,000 in each of the teams. And the winner then gets a prize of $100,000, and without any obligation it's not an equity, it's a grant that they get for $100,000. And then the business, we might even partner, we do partner with them to help them expedite and accelerate that business.
Thank you. Can I invite my next panelists onto stage, please? Raji. While they're taking their seats, as I said earlier, it's my plan today to try and run this a little bit differently. So I really would like to start with asking everybody to introduce themselves and tell us just a little bit about how you got here. I don't mean whether you drove a Tesla to get here today or whether you came on the metro, because inevitably you came in a V8. But I mean, how did you get to be where you are? This is about learning from you and your experiences. And I don't think any of us woke up one morning and decided we were going to be sustainable people. It was a journey, and I'm really interested to know how that journey worked. So, Rabi, what about yours?
Yeah. Am I on? Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and it's a great pleasure to meet all of you here. No, I didn't wake up in the morning and I said, I'm going to be the sustainability guy. I come from the IT industry initially, and I started in Aramex 1990. At that time, our founder and CEO was passionate about sustainability and giving back to the community and saying, well, we are not just for-profit company. 2008, I was assigned as the first Chief Sustainability Officer in the region here. And at that time, we started working heavily on sustainability, and we made sure that sustainability is not something we do aside. And on my team, we run around 200 projects worldwide. My team are only 2 people. So everybody else in the company, starting from the board going down, is involved in sustainability in some way. So in 2008, we are a logistics company. We don't own assets. We said, you are not allowed to lease a vehicle that's not Euro 4, Euro 5 standard. It moved immediately from my area to the area of procurement and finance. You are not allowed to print, and if it's needed, then it's a double-sided printer. So when they procure double-sided printers. And at 2008 also, we were part of the World Economic Forum's decarbonization of the logistics industry. We sat with all our peers worldwide to decide on how we are going to start to calculate emissions per shipment, because we are a bit different than other industries, and how to start mitigating and getting rid of these emissions. 2010, we started calculating carbon emissions. 2012 was our baseline, and we said 2020 we are going to cut 20% of emissions per shipment. We reached that 2016. 2016, we set another target, 20% for 2020. We reached that 2019, and then we signed the science-based targets with a 42% cut of scope 1 and 2, and 25% cut of scope 3, and that scope 3 is highly dependent on our suppliers, because we don't own planes, ships, and everything. So if they cannot meet their targets, I will not be able to meet my target. So this is how we reached there.
That's amazing. Thank you. Priya?
Thank you. Hi. Okay, you can hear me. Excellent. So hi, everyone. I'm Priya. I'm with Unilever. My background is I'm actually from the agency side, so that's how I started my career. And like I always say, I got really lucky and joined Unilever in 2008 in Dubai. And at that point, I was the corporate affairs manager for looking after the MENA region. And I think I was mentioning to someone, at that point of time, there wasn't too much of an opportunity for external engagement, so there was a lot of internal focus. In 2010, we set up the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan, and I think it was only in 2012 that we set the plan for our region. So we took the global framework and set it for our region. But even in Unilever, we have people, so whether you look at brand managers who manage their brands and their purpose and deliver the social impact. We have people in our operations, in our factories who, manage CO2 emissions, the water, waste, and everything. So we have specialists within the company. My role, and I think really when we set the strategy for the region, my role was really from the front of advocacy and partnerships. So what I really started doing was looking at what are the requirements from the perspective of the different countries, and what is it that we can bring to the table, given our own expertise and focus within the company, and our priorities in the region. And at that point of time, everything was really managed at a very global level. We have a very strong global sustainability team. But within that time, I think the region started opening up. There was a great opportunity for external engagement, and that's where I really developed my passion for sustainability. And again, I have to say, I still remain a communications and an advocacy person, yeah? But I lead with passion, and what I really want to drive is this transformational change and ability to bring companies, people together and educate, drive awareness. And so in 2018, there was a bit of a change in structure, and the global teams decided that they wanted people on the ground. And it was at that point of time my executive vice president decided, he says, you know, he knew how passionate I was about it. At that point, I had also set up the advertising business group on behalf of Unilever. That's another area that we work on. We now have about 60 plus members. It's across the advertising sector. We are getting into the whole area of sustainability for the media industry. I've also, in 2020, I set up the Unstereotype Alliance with UN Women. We were the 6th chapter to be set up worldwide. Again, so it was, for me, it's just been like a coming together. And I also, today, I chair the Circular Packaging Association that we've set up as industry. And again, I have to say, I really don't consider myself a sustainability expert at all. I just lead with a lot of passion and really with the intention of driving it with integrity and bringing companies, people, and everybody together. So that's just a little bit of my journey.
Thank you, Priya. Stephen, how did you get here?
This might be a long story, we will see. So I represent University of Wollongong. I'm one of the few researchers, I think, on any of the panels. I started off life as a geologist. My very first job was working in a coal mine, and I have friends who are petroleum geologists, mining geologists, and this is one of the key sectors which is undergoing change at the moment. I, as part of my PhD, was working on mud. I'm an expert on mud, and I worked in electron microscope imaging of mud, really understanding in detail its structure. So those were my key skills, geology and microimaging and microimage analysis. When I started working as a researcher, my first area of research was moving into how we can start using biological life in order to carry out processes for engineering. So this is applied geomicrobiology. And one of those things, one of the things that we identified was we can use these microorganisms to make a cement, to precipitate cement and turn granular material, sands, into solid building materials. And the cement that was made, stored carbon dioxide inside it. It made a solid carbon dioxide-based material, or calcium carbonate as the cement. So that was my first introduction to sustainability, producing this negative carbon material and then trying to promote through research that this is a good idea. But also along the way, I started looking into other areas of sustainability. One of them was in transport, and I was looking at microimaging of the linings of tunnels, specifically the reinforcement, and looking at, as we electrify railways, is there going to be a stray current issue which will degrade the reinforcement within these tunnel linings? So quite specific projects. Once I moved here, the sustainability elements came together. There was a research cluster that was set up here, which was Smart and Sustainable Cities. And with all of my links and various projects, I was placed as the leader of that cluster. And then through, I guess, enthusiasm I managed to get more than half of the faculty joining the cluster working on sustainability research. Then later on, when the faculty was restructured, I was then promoted to the Director of Research for the university. So I'm one of 4 of the directors for the university, focusing on our research effort, and I'm trying to focus it towards sustainability. So that's how I got here.
Thank you, thank you. Manali, we heard a lot about what PepsiCo is doing, but what about you? How did you get here?
Sure. That wasn't a long story at all. That was perfect. All right. So mine is a little bit personal. I was born and raised in India, in Pune. And if you know Pune, it's very close to Mumbai, but it's a very high water risk area. So growing up, water shortages, power cuts were a major reality. And even today, in fact, they are. We get water only about 2 hours a day, max, even in the winters. So I was doing my mechanical engineering in Pune, grew up there. I didn't think too much of it, but life does come full circle, and I'll tell you in a minute how. I then went to the US. I was with, I did my master's in engineering, and I was a consultant at McKinsey. And through them, I did a lot of transformations, operations work in manufacturing plants, trying to figure out how to reduce the water that we use, et cetera, et cetera. Then I came here in this region, and at PepsiCo, I got a similar opportunity where I was looking after the supply chain of this entire region, working again with about 60 manufacturing plants, trying to help optimize their efficiencies and reduce their water and carbon footprint. I'd also done strategy, and PepsiCo then recently launched this full transformation, which is a strategic transformation, end-to-end, and hence they thought this was a fabulous role for me with my experience in both strategy, operations, transformations. And hence, you know, about 3 months ago, I stepped into this role. Now, how does life come full circle? Recently, I went back to Pune in December, and I actually visited some of the women farmers that I spoke about that PepsiCo now works with. And it was truly fulfilling because the work that we are now doing is affecting the farmers and helping replenish the water in the watershed that I grew in, you know, within like a 20-kilometer radius of where my parents live. So that is an extremely fulfilling moment for you when you can talk about your work, connect it with where you're from, and then show how the impact can truly benefit some of the people in your own community. So that's how life is coming full circle for me.
Thank you very much. And just to share, I got involved in this because my wife told me to. She said something along the lines of, well, I've done the hard work and I've had 3 children. You've got to do some hard work now and give them a sustainable future. And I said, well, nobody's ever worked out how to make any money out of sustainability. And she said, if you think you're so darn clever, work out how to make money and save the planet at the same time. And what I saw was that there was an interesting opportunity to act as a bridge between small companies with innovative ideas and large corporates that needed to deploy those ideas, because small companies are traditionally bad at dealing with big companies and big companies are traditionally bad at dealing with small companies. So I was very lucky in being able to sit at that intersection, and very early I found that if you could show businesses that they can make a profit out of doing the right thing, then it makes their decision a lot easier. So my business for 16 years now has been helping big businesses make more profit, coincidentally doing green things. And it works extremely well. But Raji, we've been working on this for a similar amount of time. And I'm guessing that both of us are, some days, a little bit tired of it, because we've put a lot of heart and soul into this, and it's still not enough. What do you think are the major challenges that are stopping us from actually achieving what we need to achieve in this agenda? Because, as we all know, we've only got one planet. It couldn't be, logically, an easier explanation to people. Would you like to help me save the only environment we can live in as a species? And yet, every day I go to meetings, I'm sure you do, where people say, you know what, something else is more important. What's the biggest challenge that we have?
Well, it is us looking at the effect and not the cause. Yani, you attend maybe 20, 30 events on sustainability every month, every 2 months, and everybody is looking on how to enhance the range of the EV so that people would accept it more. I would look at it from a different angle. Why would I want to let Raji buy an EV for 200,000 dirhams while Raji is using it maybe 1 or 2 hours a day? I'll change the business model in a way that Raji can use this vehicle whenever he needs it. And this way, I don't own it, I don't go into depreciations, or I don't have a full month commitment of leasing while I'm using the car maybe 1 or 2 hours a day. That's besides public transport, for example. The same thing is on purchasing habits. We are a logistics and transportation company. The trends we are seeing today, a young guy or a young lady wants to buy an Apple Watch and they need it in 15 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, the competition is high and everybody wants to do it, but this means I'm going to move one van from one point to another point to deliver one shipment. This is 10 times carbon emissions per that shipment, or maybe 20 or 30, depends on the van. So we need to start looking at the causes and not at the enhancing the impact and how we are agreeing that the problem is there. Okay, let's see how we can reduce it rather than eliminating it from source. Go to business models. We are importing, I don't know how many % from our products from China. They assemble them there and they bring them to our parts of the world. Maybe we need to move into a different way of doing things. I remember meeting an electric car manufacturer last year, and he was telling me, listen, I'm not going to be Tesla. I'm not going to open a factory with $10 billion, $15 billion, and I need 5 years to establish it. I'll come to Dubai, I see there's a need of 5,000 vans every year. I'll establish a small factory. All what I need is a warehouse. In 6 months, I'll be in production. After a year, if I see that the production requires more, I'll expand. If not, then I go lower. So this way, you are shifting the shipping from having a Ro-Ro ship carrying vehicles into shipping either raw material or parts to assemble on the other side. So the challenge is we are looking at what we are facing and not what is causing that. And this is, I think, where the big challenge happens.
I think I would agree with you, mostly because it's a dangerous idea to disagree with you because you've got so much experience. But I've run into similar things. But I've also seen recently in Switzerland, there's a new app that's just been launched that is an aggregator for all types of movement. So with the app, you can book an electric scooter if you just need to go around the corner, or you can book an electric bike if you want to go a bit further, or an electric motorbike, or an electric car. Yep. They have a fleet of Teslas, or an electric truck if you want to move house. And you do it from one app, but the most important thing is you don't own any of those assets. As you say, I mean, I've been driving my Tesla for 3.5 years, but honestly, for 20 hours a day, it sits in the garage, or it sits outside my office. That's just a waste of resources. You did say, Manali, that you thought that there was a lack of infrastructure for charging here and that that's one of the barriers to electric vehicle adoption. I want to ask you to explain that a bit more because I certainly don't have that problem. As a commuter, I charge overnight at home and I have enough range to do everything I can do during the day, and then when I get home again, I just plug it in. Or to put it a different way, my wife's car costs about 150 dirhams to go to Abu Dhabi, and mine costs about 4 dirhams. So it's a lot cheaper and a lot easier. So what's the challenge from a business perspective in the charging infrastructure?
So there's two things. First of all, the challenge is regarding the business vehicles, right? Our fleets that we have today are large fleets that operate with tons of materials of Pepsi on it, right? So it's easy to have a commuter vehicle with charging points in your own garage. But when you talk about fleets which are 2,000 vehicles outside a warehouse, like an Aramex warehouse, that infrastructure today is not at the level that we need it to be. At the same time, I have full belief that in the country that we are in, things happen very quickly once we decide to make it happen. So it would take a little bit of a transition, but that needs to be addressed as we make the transition to EVs. That's number one. The second is around not within the UAE per se, but in this region. When we look at electricity, the electricity that is made here is not green electricity. And it's going to be a long way for us to transition towards a renewable source of green energy. And hence, even if we drive EVs, the way we charge it today, it might not come from a green energy source. That's what I meant in terms of the infrastructure.
Okay, I'd agree with you on the first thing. When you take your Tesla into the new facility here in Al Quoz, they've got about 10 or 15 charging points outside the Tesla facility, and they're all slow trickle chargers because they don't have enough power infrastructure going into Al Quoz in order to provide superchargers to everybody that wants to do it. So that's a real challenge. Something that I was challenged with in 2007 by the DHL board was that question of, if I run an electric vehicle from a power station that's running coal, how can I say I'm green? Well, it actually turns out that an internal combustion engine converts maybe 25% of the chemical energy into motion at the wheels. And there's a lot of wastage in getting the fuel to the filling station. Whereas for an electric vehicle, it's doing somewhere around 85% or 90% of energy efficiency in the vehicle. So we did the calculation. And even in the worst state in America, where they have a pure coal-generated electricity supply, it's still better to run an electric vehicle in terms of the life cycle carbon emissions and the operational carbon footprint than it is to have to insist on it being all from solar or wind or from anything else. But as you say, we've still all got a long way to go. And in the rest of the region, the UAE is doing a really good job. And with the third Barakat power station coming on, with 3 nuclear power stations now, we're certainly leading the way on grid mix. If we take that electricity and pump it into green hydrogen production rather than into the grid, I would suggest that that's going to give us a different challenge. But I want to just switch back from the sort of heavy engineering stuff to Priya. What you were saying was about people. And I completely agree. We've got to get more engagement from people. But a lot of the messaging that we've seen on the media is targeting consumers. And it's saying to them, you can do your part. Just put your aluminium can, your Pepsi can, put it in the bin, in the one that says tin cans, and it'll get recycled. And of course today, unfortunately, it isn't. But all in this country, nearly everybody has a relative that works for a company. So when we're targeting consumers, we're actually indirectly targeting employees. What messages have you found successful at getting employees to want to do more about sustainability?
Thanks, Carl. So I think the first thing, obviously, is, what we find is that it's very important to obviously first drive the understanding, and then try and ensure that their purpose kind of connects back. So I think in the previous panel, there was this whole conversation about educating consumers and connecting them back to what is, and especially the youth, the Gen X, they want to live more sustainably. Having said that, one of the things that we are finding through our research is that while the intent is there, when it comes to actual implementation, consumers don't want to do it. So if it is slightly more expensive, they will not pay, despite the fact that in the research, they will say that they're willing to go out of the way to support initiatives that are sustainable. So one of the things that we have found is that, so we had introduced, I think quite a few years ago, the 5 levers of change. And one of the things is that you've got to make it understandable for your consumer. You've got to make it easy for your consumer. You've got to make it accessible for them. When you do all of those things, you will start finding that element of change. And that's where you bring in either the reward or the stick, the carrot or the stick, whatever you want to do. So I think it's the same thing with employees, and you're correct, they are consumers at the end of the day. And for instance, this was the conversation. We went zero waste to landfill as early as 2014, and we were the first company in the UAE to do it. So we said not just as an operation, we just don't want to do this as an operation, but we want to ensure that even our offices are fully sustainable. So, you know, it's the small things. You've got to first make it a habit. And one of the things we decided is we don't want to keep the waste bins below everybody's desk. No. Get them to think about what they need to do. So we took them away and we put the well-labeled bins across the office, but they had to walk and make that decision. Yeah? There was a lot of education. We used to have monthly meetings, continue to explain how they needed to segregate, because, by the way, that's not very easy for people to understand. Yeah? And what we did find out finally is a year into that journey, that while the employees were doing that, our office boys weren't. They would take all the material and put it into one bin. And then there would be one truck that would turn up, so everything got mixed again. Yeah? So we had to then go back and train the boys. Yeah? So it's a bit of a journey, and I think even me as a consumer, when I moved to Dubai, I used to have a green and a black bin outside of my house. I started segregating. I had no idea. A year later, they took it away. I then got into the habit of every Saturday, I would put it in my car and drive out and put it into the requisite bin. So I think it's about driving that element of a habit, trying to educating on the why, making it easier, first rewarding your consumers, your employees. Once it becomes a habit, then I can tell you most people won't stop. You know, they will take that extra step, they will make that extra move. And it's similar with consumers at the end of the day.
So Stephen, if you'd looked at smart cities and the cities of the future and the way that we need to make them more sustainable, and building on something that Raju was saying, we've got to change the attitude of people. But what do you do when the attitude of people is changed in perhaps the wrong way? And here's my controversial statement of the day, but anyway. I've been trying for a long time to get people to behave more sustainably. Social media took a photograph of a sea turtle with a straw stuck up its nose and changed the global agenda to the fact that plastic recycling and single-use plastic is the most important thing that we need to do. We are going to have a planet that we can't live on with a perfect solution to sustainable plastic, but we won't actually be able to survive as a species because we'll have burnt ourselves through the environment. So how do you deal with the mentality of the messaging getting corrupted through or getting reprioritized?
No, it's a really big challenge. People can only focus on so many things. And so there are the big ones which we have got to focus on, like plastic, the renewable energy within the grid, the electrification of processes. And then there are smaller ones which are going to be quite important that we can't really get to because we're going through the process of these other things. So one that was mentioned in the last panel, not here at the moment, was helium, which is going to be one of our interesting ones for the future because it comes from natural gas wells. And as soon as we stop having natural gas, helium becomes more expensive, and we use it for, it was mentioned, medical devices, but we also use it for power generation. Solar power plants, certain types of them use it as part of the Brayton cycle for cooling. It's used, will be used in nuclear fusion in the future as part of the cycle for cooling. It's used to purge rockets. It's used for quantum computing. So this high-tech future that we imagine is tied back to fossil fuels and the natural gas reserves. Another way of thinking about it is if we hadn't burned all of this natural gas, the helium would still be there and relatively easily accessible. Now we're going to have to get it out of the atmosphere, which is much more expensive. So there are problems for the future that we're just not focusing on because the big ones, those that attract attention, are, and those that we've got solutions to, are taking all of the attention away.
I'd agree with that. As a species, we tend to want to grab to the easier things. The really tricky questions, that's going to be somebody else's problem. We try and push that away. Coming back to really tricky questions, Raji, how do you think, we were talking earlier about carrot and stick. Do you really think that an economy like ours, which has been born out of the fossil fuel industry, is going to really come up with a stick to force companies to use less fossil fuels?
Well, I think yes, because it's not in the hands of governments anymore. Your big investors coming to the region here, they are looking at the market, they are looking at what the government is putting in place, and based on that, they evaluate if they want to invest or not. So if you want to attract more investors, and we are talking the BlackRock likes, you need to show them something that would attract them to come here and make sure that if the government next year or the year after issued a carbon tax or internal pricing of carbon, it would not hit their investment badly. So I think the stick, and as the previous panel mentioned, the stick is way more needed now than the carrot. Okay, the carrot should be there, but the stick should be there as well. And when I mentioned the example of a young person wants an Apple Watch in 15 minutes, I'll tell them, okay, I'll deliver it to you, but you need to pay $50 or $100 extra for the carbon that I'm emitting. Trust me, they'll tell you, bring it tomorrow. But if you say, yeah, because I'm competing with the others, I'll give it to you at a discounted rate and I'll deliver it in 5 minutes, the behavior would, aggregate. So the stick is extremely important when it comes to implementation of all these strategies. And as mentioned also in the previous panel, I know mentioned, the greenwashing is becoming a disaster. So you need to have a very strong stick to make sure that there's no greenwashing as well. SBTi are considering now 2030, no more carbon offsetting. You need to go and do carbon capture. That's 50 times or 30 times more expensive than buying carbon credits. They are saying from now that by 2030, carbon offsetting from renewable energy resources is not acceptable anymore because it's becoming the norm and it's cheaper than any other resource. So everything is changing. So if there's no stick and governments do not want, we signed the Paris Agreement and we have very high commitments by 2030. If there's no stick and it's not passed to the private sector, trust me, we will not be able to meet our targets.
Manali, just coming back to you, I mean, you said you were born and grew up in Pune, and obviously you have a better understanding of the Indian situation than I do. We've got 1.38 billion people living next door to us, and this is a global problem. How do you think the Indian government is going to treat this carrot and stick?
I think the Indian government and the states, especially some of the states where I live, Maharashtra, is actually years ahead of some of the countries that we operate in. The regulations that they are bringing, while they are stick, they're also encouraging a lot of corporates through tax benefits. I'll give you an example. Maharashtra brought in the single-use plastic ban about 5-6 years ago, I believe. Unfortunately, they didn't have a solution yet, but the stick is coming down in a huge way in India through the EPRs, the extended producer responsibility laws that are coming in. So the government is absolutely making a huge change in the way they operate through regulations and are encouraging consortiums of industry peers to come up with solutions which are affordable and also can be implemented fast. So I mean, with the government that we have today, the stick is working, and as the previous panelist said, that it's actually working faster than a carrot.
If you allow me to elaborate on this, sorry to interrupt you. I've been using electric bikes in India since 20 years, and that did not come out of environmental need. It came out of a need. And I think countries like India and countries who are assumed to be the third world countries, we can do better than the other part of the world because there is a big need. When you start implementing environmental related projects, it hits your bottom line positively immediately. So these countries would move faster than, public transport in these countries is way more used than other countries because it's cheaper and it's more affordable for these people to move. So I think it is the need that is going to dictate in the I don't want to say underprivileged countries, but these countries, rather than being nice and want to be green by 2030 and all these slogans.
So following on from that argument, do you think that in the future, 20, 30, 40 years, within the 2050 net zero timeframe, that we're going to see a change to the dominance of Western economies because they will have set themselves targets to slow down, and yet this need base that you see coming out of the relatively undeveloped economies, that will actually push them forwards?
Well, you can see it now. Can you compare China with Europe or China with the US? The economies are expanding big time in this part of the world rather than the other economies, and the other economies are going down because of too many factors besides the environment. So the dominance is coming now. So imagine by 2030 and 2050. So the movement is going to change a lot. Maybe 95% or more of the EVs are manufactured in China. Even European companies are manufactured in China. They cannot afford to manufacture in Europe for too many reasons. The first reason is the labor cost is extremely high in Europe, while in China you get up $50 and you work for a month. So the dominance is happening now. We are becoming highly dependent on the Chinese economy in a way that when Corona blocked China, we all dead. David left. The sea freight became something luxury. If you find a space on a ship during that period, because containers were just blocked in, it was $13,000 to ship from China to here, while before Corona it was $800 or $1,000. So the dominance is now there, and they are advancing very fast. It's not they are dominant because they are big. No, they are advancing in technology extremely fast that they will just super exceed everybody else.
Priya, I had the privilege of visiting the facility in DIC here. And of course, it's really nice when you walk into a facility and the whole car park is covered in solar panels. But as you and I know, in the reception area, there's a huge display wall of all of the products, which are all single-use plastics. Are you having to prioritize different projects? And how do you do that?
So, thanks, Claude. Yeah, that's a big focus area for us, right? How do we ensure that our packaging is not just single-use, but is circulated back? And so, we've made the commitments, and setting the targets, I think, is the most important thing at the start. So I think we were one of the first companies in 2017 to commit to the fact that we would, make all of our packaging recyclable, compostable, or reusable. And then we also realized that it's not enough just to set these targets. We also have to support the collection, because in the absence of that, you're not going to have the material to put it back in your packaging. So I think it was in 2018 or 2019 that we said that we committed to actually supporting governments in kind of setting up the infrastructure to support the collection and diversion from landfill of this waste. So internally, we've been doing a lot of work to ensure that our packaging is recyclable. If you just look at the packaging, it's not automatically recyclable. So you've got to do a lot of R&D work to ensure that it's either a single material or, like, for instance, our Tresemme black bottles. They cannot be read by the sorting machine. So we've had to change the colors. And there's a lot of work that we've done. So now today, I think, at least in this region, about 89% of our packaging is recyclable. It's just a few bits of packaging, for instance, the oral care, the toothpastes. Yeah, so they're looking at global options on that. Then things like roll-ons, the deodorant roll-ons, the ball at the top, there's an issue with that. So they're looking for global solutions. But our R&D teams, even on ground, have done a lot of work. Then the second part comes to the whole collection. Yeah, because it's a circle. If we don't have the material, we can't put it back into our packaging. So again, that goes back to the whole conversation of working with governments to educate consumers so that they actually know how to segregate the packaging, because the minute it gets contaminated, there's very little you can do with it. So how do you work with the government? And that's the work that we are doing now through a coalition we had set up in 2019, where we've got PepsiCo as a member, Coke, Unilever, all of us, there were about 12 of us. And we did a whole study to show the government that if we were to put just packaging circularity back, the incremental value to the UAE at that point of time was 800 million AED per annum, just based on the cost of PCR, the post-consumer recyclable material, recycle it actually available in the global market. So they were missing out. If you just compact waste and sell it, you sell it at about $200 per ton, whereas the value of the recyclate, the flakes, can go up to $1,400 to $2,000 per ton. So that's the added value that you end up getting. So this is the work. We've now formalized our coalition, and we have set up the Circular Packaging Association in the Dubai Chamber. We're actually having a formal launch on the 16th with Her Excellency Mariam El Moheri attending. So we've done a lot of work, including the study. We've worked with EAD on the single-use plastic regulation, but we need a lot of the things to come into place to actually set up the infrastructure. This is a very complicated study, not just study, to put this into effect, and I think Europe has taken almost 20 years to get there. And I think, and I just wanted to answer one of the things Rajiv was saying, which is the fact that petroleum is important, it goes into our packaging, but if the UAE, for instance, has the ambition to become a manufacturer and an exporter to other markets, well, then they have to follow what is required in other markets. So for instance, in Europe, you have to have a certain amount of your packaging material has to be made of recycled plastic. Now, if we are not able to do this here, then we can't really export from here. So I think we truly believe, because this is what we're recommending to the government, we believe in extended producer responsibility. We believe this cannot be done in a voluntary fashion. It has to be mandated to be able to bring the scale to bring about that transformation in infrastructure and everything else.
I'm pleased, really pleased to hear that you appreciate the difference between recyclable and recycled. Yeah. And the difference, as we've been saying, is that carrot and stick. It's the fact we've got to educate people differently, but it is probably, as you say, going to take an entire generation before we get that. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen it, but forget segmentation at source. How many of us have seen somebody literally roll their window down here and throw an empty McDonald's bag out of the window? I mean, we've got littering on the street as a challenge, which definitely requires a different mentality from somebody that's actually going to say, I'm going to segment this stuff properly. But I wanted to ask you, Stephen, I mean, with your background, and I know this is slightly off topic for you, but if Unilever's chosen to go down the path of let's get as much of it recyclable as possible, why are we not looking at more biodegradable plastics? I mean, the technology's been around for quite a long time, and it's possible to do it. What prevents that technology getting out of universities and into the major corporates at scale so that we can actually address it a different way?
So, yeah, biodegradable plastic has got some issues with it. It depends how it biodegrades and what it biodegrades down to. Some biodegrade to microplastics, and that's the smallest element that they get to. You need something that will biodegrade back into chemical constituents that can then be brought back into the economy. Otherwise, it's not really going to work. And you've got to do that at the same price as something that is incredibly cheap. So that's our issue with that. If we can get to recyclability, close to 100% recyclability, that will be good. But even so, you still require new material because each time you recycle plastic, the length of the plastic polymers decrease, the plastic behavior changes. So you still require some new petroleum products to go into that. And that's a challenge as well. Where are we going to get these basis for our petrochemicals industry, which provides so many things, glues, lubricants, plastic. For each of these, ultimately the source is going to be a land area We're either looking at the fossil fuel ancient land area that produced it, land or sea area, or we need to grow crops that will produce these materials.
Yeah.
And then we're taking away land from food, then we're making food more expensive. So there are all sorts of balances in here, both economic, it has to be cheap enough to be adopted, and environmental and ethical. The environmental microplastics, the ethical.
But you
food
don't see
prices.
any structural challenge in taking an idea from university and getting it adopted in a large corporate?
Well, for the moment, the ideas that we're looking at for the sustainability transition are not new. These are things that were dabbled with in the 1970s. Electric vehicles, that's 1890s. The first electric vehicles. So we're looking at old technology that was abandoned because it was more expensive than the other techniques. But it's there in the literature. So now we're uncovering these old ideas, really putting effort into them and trying to get the cost down so that they can compete. The next step would be a legislative one where you give the sustainable solution an advantage in some way, and then it will be more adopted. There are also other barriers in that many of these ideas in the 1970s were put into paper theses. They're in archive rooms, hidden away in universities, and there wasn't really that technology transfer between universities and industry. That is improving with the more electronic age, but even so, it is still a challenge. And if I were to develop an idea, I'm not going to become an entrepreneur. I like my office. I like talking to students. I like teaching. So getting those ideas from the university into the real world, and that's something that I grapple with at the moment.
I'm working on an idea for that. I have my latest one, which I'll share with you, is an AI-enabled patenting process that puts patents on the blockchain and allows you to do fractional ownership of patent ideas. And we're going to allow patenting to go from a 2-year process down to half an hour. And the idea of that is to share sustainable ideas with everybody on the planet. Manali, you had something you wanted to say?
I had something to add to what he said. In terms of the biodegradable packaging, in fact, in Europe and the US, we have worked with universities to pilot some of the biodegradable packaging for our Lay's packets. But that said, very similarly, I think it's a balance of if you were to grow the material required for the biodegradable plastics, that would actually reduce the land available for food, but also add your carbon emissions, because as we know, agriculture is one of the largest producers of carbon. And the other point was, when you think about all of these cool technologies in the Europe, in the US, yes, they're regulated, but when you transfer it to this part of the world, it also needs to be way more affordable than what it is today. Here, I look after Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. Some of the most marginalized communities live in our region. And that packet of chips happens to be about a person's, day's salary sometimes. And they buy it sometimes for the children to give them a small bottle of Pepsi. How can I then make biodegradable plastic at a cost that is affordable to the consumers that we offer today? I think that's the problem to solve.
Well, we've run out of time, but I wanted to say thank you all for sharing your experiences and your knowledge and your opinions, because often in these situations we don't get a chance to say what we personally think, and the fact that you've all been involved in this for a long time means that your opinions are really, really valuable. So thank you for sharing that with everybody, and thanks, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And somebody said lunch. Oh, they want to take our photos. Can I give you my card? Thank you very much. Great to see you again. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm joined by a whole bunch of new victims. I really hope that we're going to keep this at least reasonably light-hearted, because it's such a serious subject that it gets a little bit depressing sometimes. But if I might, can I ask you all to introduce yourselves and a little bit about your business and your view on sustainability, and if you could keep it to less than 5 minutes each, that would be really good. Less than 10 minutes each would be perfect. Anyway, can I ask you to start?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for SAM and Sustainability magazine that they invited us here today. My name is Maria Flouda. I'm a civil engineer by profession. I have been working for 22 years in the construction industry in the UK, Greece, and for the last 17 years in the UAE, and specifically in Abu Dhabi. My journey with sustainability started through my career in construction. During my career, I focused mostly on quality and occupational health, safety, and environment, and specifically how to manage this aspect of the construction projects and construction industry. And for 11 years in Abu Dhabi, I was working for the biggest public asset developer, government public asset developer called Mosanada, where I was leading the performance monitoring and control division on the QHSE aspect, and developing also the strategy and how to address these issues for all our projects. At the peak, we had almost 250 active construction sites, plus another 250 projects in design. And it was very, very challenging to try and control these aspects, because each construction project is unique. So it's not a transactional business, which means that we're repeating the same activities every day. So each project is unique. It's something that happens once and it will not be repeated again. So try to apply standards and procedures and processes, so that process was very challenging. So in the process of managing these aspects of the projects, I started my journey in sustainability, and specifically with the government of Abu Dhabi when they started first introducing the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group and invited a lot of government and private companies to sign MOUs and develop the first sustainability reports. That was back in 2012 and 2013. So since then, I started my sustainability journey and bringing sustainability closer to me and to the activities that I was doing. I set up my own consultancy, Sustainability Switch consultancy, about a year ago, and I'm based in Abu Dhabi, and I operate out of the UAE, but have also international activities. I advise companies across all sectors, not only construction, because I believe that these skills are transferable and each sector can learn from each other. So I advise companies around their sustainability journey. My clients have different maturity around sustainability, and that's what makes it more interesting. So yeah, this is me.
Thank you, Maria. Rahan?
I'll try to keep it short, but going back to your initial question, which you asked the other panelists, how did I get here? It was purely by accident how I started my career. And it was way back in India, where energy efficiency was a new topic. And India was actually trying to lead that discussion. I started in 2010 with the energy efficiency business, and later on is when I realized that this leads to a much bigger cause, and it leads to a much bigger concept, that is climate change, sustainability, that we keep talking about. So I've been a part of the buildings energy efficiency piece for a very long time. I represent Johnson Controls here. I head the sustainability business for Middle East and Africa. And for those who don't know about Johnson Controls, it's a big manufacturer of air conditioning equipment. So whatever is keeping you comfortable inside this space, or uncomfortable at this point because it's a little cooler than what it should be, Johnson Controls is one of the leading players of providing these cooling solutions, fire systems, security systems, a lot of digital platforms that connects all of these equipment together. And we have a net zero target for ourselves for scope 1 and 2, staying away from the greenwashing, being very specific, because scope 3 for us is a massive domain that we can't commit to at this stage, because a lot of it comes from the use of our products, which is air conditioning, which is probably scope 1 or 2 for this building, whereas it's a scope 3 for us. So we are very consciously committed to net zero till 2040 for scope 1 and scope 2, which is the facilities, manufacturing facilities of our own, our fleet. Scope 3, we have a science-based target till 2030 of 16% in the category of use of our products. So we are trying to make our own equipment, our own tech as efficient as possible, so that it eventually reduces the emissions at the end use of the equipment. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Emma?
D-Grade was established here in the UAE in 2010 by my husband, Chris Barber, who really understood the importance of really looking at how polyester is made. It's a really in-demand textile that's used in so many different kinds of applications. And when we came to Dubai in 2010 and saw the huge amount of plastic pollution, and Chris having had so many years of conventional manufacturing in his experience, he was able to really switch his entire outlook and just focus purely on sustainable fabrics. So we're the only company in the UAE that actually recycles PET. We have a factory in Abu Dhabi that's now been recycling for a year. We recycle about 1 billion bottles of PET in a year, and we have 2 output streams. The PET either goes upstream into making textiles, such as my t-shirt, and we're B2B, so we only really want to create product that's already in demand. We don't want to create new product in the world, so companies that need uniforms that are already buying them, we're just offering them a sustainable way to procure that product. Our other stream is our flake can go back into food packaging. So we're working with all of the food packaging companies who are making thermoform packaging. And we very much hope at some stage that soon, when I say at some stage, in the short term, that we will also go to rPET pellets, which will enable us to go bottle to bottle. So we're very practical, hands on the ground, head office in Dubai, recycling in Abu Dhabi, and we work very hard to collect plastic through working with waste management companies, but also through our own Simply Bottles program, which is all about awareness, education, and trying to put the emphasis back on to people and change their behaviors.
And as I know, you're doing a great job. Thank you. Mary?
Perfect. Hi, so my name is Mary, and I work with IFA's Recycling. My journey in sustainability, I think, started a while ago as a young girl back in Kenya, and just throughout my learning process and coming to Dubai, migrating here, and going through my also working life. Started off in the UN, so worked for UNICEF across in Lebanon, in Kenya, as well as across Uganda and Tanzania. And mostly it was for companies that, NGOs especially, that mostly focused on education for young girls and women, and got to see firsthand the effects of climate change and how that is interconnected and how that trickles down to the most vulnerable communities across developing countries. And then moved here and worked in FMCG across Johnson & Johnson, across Jotan in manufacturing as well, and also just got to see the business part of it. So went in as brand management, and everything about sustainability and brand protection is so intertwined to the point where our FMCG companies, they need the biggest hand-holding, I think, when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to ensuring that we are as green as possible and we are reducing as much impact, negative impact on the climate as possible, given that It's one of the biggest industries that we have. And then moved to work with IFA's Recycling. And that is my journey with sustainability. And I think working in recycling, and not just recycling, IFA's it's a circular economy startup, which is mainly committed to really closed loop recycling. And what we mean by that is we don't only recycle, we also turn all of the waste that we get, close to 80% of the waste that we get, into products that can be used in other industries. So food to compost. We also make car washes and degreasers from FMCG products as well, which is able for us to track through our loop of just making sure that we're not returning the same wastes that we're getting into landfills. And as we all know, I mean, Dubai, the UAE is running out of land spaces to have landfills as well. So yeah, I think for IFA's, where we are 4 years into the business, and we've been able to divert about 9 million kgs of waste, over 9 million kgs of waste, with 10 waste streams as well from the environment, which is something that we're really proud of, and it's work that we're really committed. So at IFA's, my main job is really to be able to communicate the work that is being done on ground and making sure that that is heard. That's why we're able to sit here and speak about the work that we're doing, spread the good message of really, we want to be able to spread awareness and education around recycling, as it is a really central and integral part of sustainability. And very happy to be here.
Thank you, Mary. Givang, as we agreed, you introduced yourself earlier, so you get to answer a different question.
Yes, sure.
So within Volvo, how much of the vehicle itself is recyclable? Is it using recycled plastics in the interior? And when it's at end of life, what happens to it?
Very good question. It's a little bit complex one, so I will try to break it down. The equipment that we are manufacturing right now, mostly it's ICE units, internal combustion engines. And if I take the whole life cycle from the production to the end life, we actually even internally do not want to use the end life terminology so much, because it's at the end it's a negative term, so it's bringing something negativity into the discussions. But if you take that part, very little, very, very little, even from the manufacturing perspective, all the way down to the end life cycle, or from the recyclable perspective. What we are doing, of course, this is not a platform for the self-advertisements or company advertisement, but we are fully aware of it, and we are taking necessary actions, all these things, so that we can actually be self-sufficient and we can utilize our energy by ourselves. That's the reason why our group heavily invested 3 complete battery plants in the name of ourselves. One in Sweden and the other one is in Ghent. And I think in the previous panel we mentioned about our targets. I mentioned about our targets, but that was the targets from the equipment or the manufacturing perspective. And we do have separate internal targets that we have to be self-sufficient with the energy that we are requiring, even from ourselves, for the cars that we are using, for the energy that we are requiring in our offices. We are not there yet, but the awareness is there, and we are taking all the required actions.
I think that's great, and I really applaud you for the honesty. For some reason, a lot of businesses come and ask me for advice. I'm not sure that they get good value all the time, but I certainly give them some truth. And what I am seeing at the moment is a sort of recasting of the whole discussion. I'm seeing a lot of businesses now, especially global brands, that are taking that type of approach and saying, you know what, we're not perfect. We really haven't got all the answers. We want to try hard, but we're still working on it. And Rowan, something you'd said about this, quite happily sitting in a room that's absolutely flipping freezing, and acknowledging the fact that it probably has a really sophisticated building management system. But Maria, just to come back to you, don't we miss something when we go down LEED or BREEAM or Estidama, which is all about the built environment? At what point do we consider the operational stuff and the fact that we need to train the human beings to use all the technology properly? Is that one of the things you advise on?
Experts in the built environment and around how the problem of this is what we feel now as customers. This is the end result, but this could be resolved at the concept stage of the design of this hotel. And the problem is that the whole process of the design and construction and handing over and facilities management of a building is that each stage is totally isolated. So a very good solution of this is to bring actually the end users along with the operational and facility management and the contractors and the designers together from the initial stage of when we design a building or a project. Ensure that these gonna be the stakeholders that they're gonna stay through the life cycle of the project, because sometimes we have changes through the life cycle of the project. So we have some, for example, electromechanical company that are doing the design, they're not there through the construction and the testing and commissioning of the project. So there's a lot of fragmentation that we could resolve all this once the collaboration and the partnership is there from the beginning and the day one of the project. So the client, what I advise my clients is that once you have even the concept or the, you have decided that you're going to build this project, even if it's residential or infrastructure, you have to involve all the stakeholders from the beginning and absorb this cost, because that cost, it's not going to be a cost. You're actually resolving a bigger issue by doing that. So if you're asking about the AC, there's a lot of simple answers to it, because we feel it even in our own apartment building or in our own house, that the training, there is issues with the design and the testing and commissioning and how all this is being controlled, and with the experts here can tell us exactly from an MEP perspective how it is that managed. But yes, I mean, everything comes to planning, correct planning.
So Rohan, but as a technologist, I want to ask you, is Johnson Controls working on saying, actually, we failed with the human beings, let's just put AI in the middle of this?
Definitely, and before I get to that, I'll just add one more point. We've been talking about EVs, we've been talking about plastics, but one of the most taken for granted aspect is the indoor space where we spend 90% of our time in a day, which is buildings. And globally, buildings contribute close to 40% of the global carbon emissions. So that's a big component which is seldom looked at or considered. And a part of that 40% is the embodied carbon, which is during the construction phase, where you can look at cement, where you can look at steel, which is more energy efficiently produced. But a lot of it is operations. Like you said, I think 27, 28% of the emissions are from the operations, where if you can't get the training part for a human to operate it efficiently, there's enough technology available out there in the market. And especially, I mean, from a Johnson Controls perspective, we look at a lot of machine learning kind of technology, which can integrate all of it. I mean, just take an example. I think we are freezing because there were supposed to be maybe 100 people here. That's why the temperature is set to accommodate the heat generated by 100 people, but there aren't that many. So, but there's no automation detecting that there aren't many people, so you can actually change the cooling.
But that doesn't require AI. That's a really simple feedback.
That's common sense. But that's automation.
Yes.
At a lot of places, especially in our region, you wouldn't find the basic automation also in place. A lot of it is with the design stage, because people want to cut corners at the beginning, where it's a typical contracting kind of a job. You don't want to put a heavy investment during constructing a building but a lot of it in the operational life cycle could have been saved if you went ahead with putting in basic automation to connect it. The machine learning part goes beyond just the common sense of changing set points. It goes beyond to connecting everything from a AHU, from a chiller, from a security system to a fire system, where you can do a lot of analytics and then drive comfort or occupant well-being as well from that perspective.
Thank you. Just completely changing subject. You mentioned earlier that you're going to stop making internal combustion engines. One of the big debates in the electric vehicle space is whether to allow bidirectional flow of electricity. In other words, the electric vehicle charges at night, but actually is able to discharge back into the house or into the factory during the day. Is that one of the things that Volvo is working on?
100%. And that's exactly the reason why a complete startup, if I put it as a definition of a department, I think it will be even too little to define this organization. But long story short, which is called Volvo Energy, which is responsible for construction equipments, buses, trucks, yachts, motorboats, engines, and all the parts of the Volvo group, including the other brands, Renault, Mack, iShare, trucks, buses, I mean everything which is a part of Volvo Group. So that's exactly the reason why that department have been built up, which is reporting directly to the group of the CEO, and there's a massive, huge focus. It boils down to a little bit that I even didn't want to use the end life of a batteries or end life of our products, because we don't want to give an end life to anything, any energy. There are two components. One is the equipments, the machines that the company is manufacturing. Of course, even by using the vehicles, you can recharge the batteries. But even if you skip that part, obviously, we would like to have the second life cycle, third one, fourth one. We have an ambition and even targets. I'm not going to go into the details here so much, but we even have a target to utilize all the batteries, all the energy components of all equipments that we do have, and utilize it in the other energy sources, like on the solar panels, like on the turbines, so that we can become, throughout the whole life cycle of the products that we are manufacturing, very much including our own offices, manufacturing facilities, factories, so that we can become self-sufficient. Goes back to the first question that you asked. Are you there? No, we are definitely not there. But not only the awareness, very solid, very tangible targets are in place. And I know the fact from myself, if I don't comply, if I don't execute in my teams, in my people, in our organization, then we will be punished big time.
Which, Mary, you mentioned that you'd spent a lot of time in Africa, and I also spent a lot of time in Africa. And I'm just imagining the opportunity that that sort of thing presents. Because in so many places in Africa, one of the big problems for both water and education is you haven't got any power. And if we make power mobile, suddenly we can empower a lot of people with this.
Absolutely.
But that also is going to require people to change their thinking process. And so, Emma, I want to ask you this one, because you've been doing this a long time. How do we get people to really change the way they're thinking? You know, you've got a fabulous way of recycling PET here, and yet I would guess that most PET bottles are still going in landfill.
Yeah.
How do we get them to change the way of doing this?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that I do are around education, and it's unbelievable how few people know the real facts about plastic and PET and what a fantastically green packaging option it is. There's a tsunami of negative press. I'm particularly talking about plastic, which actually counts for less than 5% of total waste, but gets 99% of the beating. So how do you change people? Well, maybe you tell them facts that shock or surprise them and stay with them. Maybe it's about trying to just impart educational information, scientific information. So the things that I tell people are nothing that I'm making up. It's nothing to do with the fact that we're trying to recycle plastic and it's our business and we're making money. It's the fact that this is scientific fact. It is very, very difficult to change people's behaviours. People are inherently lazy and cynical. They don't believe that recycling is happening here. So it is about just relentless getting out there and talking, coming to these wonderful events and making sure that the word is being spread. You know, it is just hard work.
But you're also very active in schools as well,
Yes,
aren't you?
yep. So we have a schools program which we run completely free. We engage in excess of 350,000 children, plus their parents and the faculties. We go all the way up to university. We work with a number of the different universities. And we just try and educate people to just recycle plastic, put it in the right bin. Priya's point about moving bins from under tables is a good one because you know, as soon as somebody has to walk and choose their bin, they're more likely to put the plastic in the right bin, even though that doesn't always happen. But yeah, it is just about the education, getting out there and imparting the facts. Because funnily enough, you know, your comment about the turtles with the straw, that's not a true fact. That straw was actually a worm. It wasn't a piece of plastic. People don't know that. The fact that there's going to be more plastic in the sea than fish is not a fact. It was put out there by an NGO who their bottom line is about making money. You know, there's so many myths about plastic that people just don't know, and it's about telling them the facts.
I'm going to come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
But I see an opportunity to just create something here, so here's a go. I have a local school that's 5 houses away from me, and on a Saturday morning at 7:30, they wake me up by playing me the national anthem. The reason that is that their building management system is programmed to play the national anthem at 7:30 every morning, 7 days a week. On the basis of the fact that I don't like being woken up at 7:30 in the morning, I got hold of the principal of the school and said, I suspect that if your building management is programmed like that, you've probably got other things going on. And it turns out that they chill the whole of the campus down to about 19 degrees, 7 days a week. Or alternatively, they could save maybe 20% of their energy consumption if they would switch it off at weekends. So here's my attempt at mixing something. Maria has the ability to go and talk to people about this. Johnson Controls has the technology to go and sell it. And Emma works with 300 schools. So can you guys just get together and work this one out? Mary, I want to ask you. I mean, you're dealing with a similar problem with the recycling, to come back to that challenge. Yeah. How can we get, I mean, talking to the kids is great. Yeah. How do we get the parents? I mean, it's today's generation that we need to engage. Sure, my kids are really, they nag all the time about doing sustainable things. Mm-hmm. But I wonder how many other kids are talking to parents that are just not interested. How do we get them to recycle properly and segment at source?
Just jumping off of Emma, I think it starts from home, and if your parents are not convinced about recycling, then the likelihood that the children will grow up not also being convinced about recycling or sustainability is very high. So the other channels of influence is schools, is their programs, their extracurricular activities that they do. So that's for children. For parents, I think if we can't influence the parents, in one way or another, if we're able to influence the children, for instance, I do remember I went to AUD here, American University in Dubai, and one of the biggest programs that we used to do was ocean cleanup. And that we ran through a club, and sometimes even some of the professors were not convinced about what we do, but because we were so convinced about our club and the impact that we were making across, we had to push them to even get funding to do more activities, more events. So it has to be a multifaceted kind of approach. If it's not parents, then it's teachers in school, it's the programs that they go to, and that has to be how we approach them. Social media. I'm a millennial who is on their phone, and social media is one apart from its impacts that we've seen it's one of also the best places to be able to spread awareness about the good programs that are going on. Most of the times, if you scroll, it's very rare to find, pictures or events going viral, like ocean cleanups or an educational event going on in a school. It's very rare to see that, but that's also one of the channels where if you can, and if you are a company that start up, scale up, however big you are or small, I believe in the power of communication and the power of marketing and being able to spread education and awareness through social media. And digitally, that's one of the best places that we can be able to influence, whether it's parents, whether it's students, whether it's kids. They're also on their phones all the time. And the more we are seen in these spaces speaking about sustainability, showing examples of the things that we're doing, the better, because then that's information that we are giving out. But yes, when it comes to parents, it can be very difficult. If at home it's not being taught and they don't believe and they don't care about it, then there has to be other ways of educating the kids outside of their homesteads and households.
And I agree with you. Social media is a cheap and easy way of getting this information out. But as Emma was saying, what do you do when social media actually conveys incorrect information and actually drives the wrong behavior and slightly reprioritizes what we're doing? The same school project that I'm doing, we did a calculation now of their entire carbon footprint, and the kids are nagging us about wanting to be engaged. They're fully hungry on sustainability. We could reduce the carbon footprint of that school by 43% if they came to school on a bus, as opposed to getting their parents to drive them in a V8. So the kids want to know the information, and we're going to go back to them next week and say, kids, do you know what the biggest thing you could do? And no disrespect to you guys, forget the recycling. Come to school on a bus. And backing it up with numbers and giving them facts, this will help. Emma, did you want to say something?
I just also want, on your point about the incorrect information, there's so much information is going out there that then leads consumers to make decisions which are completely either not founded in fact or the wrong decisions. So here we are sitting in a hotel which has made the decision to bring their water in from Italy in a glass bottle because probably they feel that the guests in the hotel prefer their water in a glass bottle because they think glass is good, when actually it's just so much worse. If we were sitting here with all PET bottles on the table, it could all be recycled. This is going straight to landfill, plus the fact it's 6 times heavier to ship a bottle in glass than in plastic. So, companies are making decisions because consumers are being fed the wrong information, and that is something that we really have to address. Paper bags is exactly the same. We mustn't go down the paper bag route. So there's lots of ways that we really need to try and get on top of this so that the consumer isn't leading the business to make a decision. And I'm sure your consumers are okay, oh no, plastic, but actually plastic makes the car lightweight, low carbon footprint, all those things, and we need to do it top down rather than consumer.
I do want to take you up on that one, because when I go to Starbucks, they used to give me everything in a plastic bag. Now they give me something in a chopped down tree that's been recycled into a paper bag. Am I right in thinking that that's nuts?
It's nuts. It's crazy. But also, Starbucks won't give you any discount for taking your recyclable cup in, whereas Costa will give you 10% off your coffee. So, they can make loads of choices, and they're making all the wrong ones. It's not right. Yeah.
So, changing the subject ever so slightly, but we can get a 43% reduction if we get the kids on a bus. We can increase that a little bit if we get them on a bus that's running one of my biofuels. But why, I'm only doing 500 school buses here at the moment, but anyway, why aren't the school buses electric? We've got 3,000 or 4,000 school buses running around Dubai, creating pollution in the middle of rush hour, in the middle of the city centre. What's the answer?
It's very possible to make it electric. That much I can say. Yes, it boils down to a little bit infrastructure, as Ms. Manala mentioned in the previous panel. But from the production perspective, from the equipment perspective, you can forget about Volvo. Volvo is not the most important company in the whole world. It is just one player who is trying to contribute into this journey. But almost all manufacturers are ready. Well, okay, all right. Again, a little bit self-marketing. Volvo is the one and only European manufacturer is under the serial production. So it is not a department. It is not a business model. This is our business. This is our DNA. But I know the fact that other manufacturers will be going for the serial production starting from next year. Some of them will go for this year. In short, manufacturers are ready. However, electric vehicles requires a little bit more complex ecosystem than the internal combustion engines. I'm pretty sure that some of you at least, or maybe most of you, are using the petrol fuel cars right now. And I don't think that none of you are asking a question to the dealers, or even if it's a second hand from the seller, hey, where I can feel the fuel. Well, it's going to be a little bit nonsense questions, right? So you don't need to ask it. They're available each and every corner. But when it comes to the electromobility, of course, it requires an infrastructure. Not only the infrastructure, it requires an energy from the main grid lines. Do we have it? We don't have it right now. So it requires to have a conversation with the local authorities, with the ministries, where we are already doing, with Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. They are looking very positive. They are very, very positive to implement all these things. I think manufacturing perspective is going a little bit ahead of the possibility, but it can happen. And if you may allow me, I would like to take a question a little bit further. Is sustainability only about the electromobility? The answer of that question is definitely no. Big no. A lot of alternatives which does not require that much of investment, neither to the infrastructure, nor to the total cost of ownership, nor to the operational costs. We can talk about biodiesel right now, as we are sitting today. It requires almost no infrastructure. It requires almost no investment whatsoever than what we are making on the internal combustion engines. Is it available? It's available. I think we are lucky by living in UAE. In many other countries in the Middle East, biodiesel supply is a little bit problem, but not in UAE. There are a lot of suppliers. We even approach them. We even fact-check their products and equipment, which is very, very much complying into the products. Again, you can forget about Volvo. Volvo is just a player, but even the other manufacturers, it's compliant. Is the fuel quality good enough to back up? Yes, it's there. So with the right focus, with the right awareness, even the total cost of ownership is not definitely that high compared to the electric vehicles. It can very much be done as we are sitting today.
I was just checking to see if I had my wallet to give you your commission for selling my product, but thank you so much for that. But it does lead us to that really big question of, we've got the control systems, we know how to use them, we've got the recycling, we've got the fuels, we've got the potential things. I've been here now for 14 years. I'm still having the same conversations with large companies about doing this stuff. I've been to large companies that have no clue what the temperature is in their warehouses, where their warehouses are like this crazy room, where they're way too high. They don't need to be this big room. They could drop the ceiling with an artificial ceiling and they'd save half of their cooling energy. I've talked to so many businesses that are not interested in recycling. So it's COP28 this year. It's the year of sustainability. How are we going to get them? Businesses. I don't mean the general public. Personally, I've lost faith in the general public doing anything. But if we can get the businesses to do this, how are we going to get them to engage? Ryan.
I mean, it was mentioned previously about a carrot and a stick kind of a situation, but I think the awareness is increasing. I mean, you've been here 14 years. I'm sure the kind of discussions you're having today are probably 10 times of what you were having before on the topic of sustainability. So in terms of the general public being aware of it, in terms of businesses being aware of it, the awareness is at an all-time high. The technology is there. the funds are there. There are enough financial investment companies willing to fund green projects. So what is missing? I mean, you have the tech, you have the money, you have the awareness. What is missing? And I was talking to Kivanch earlier as well. That mentality of still a return on investment, and how soon can I get my money back? We all understand that all of these technologies will have a positive impact on the bottom line. It's just when. And most businesses look for short-term returns or immediate returns, and that's where these kind of discussions take forever to conclude on. And that's where I think a lot of legislation probably needs to come in at some point, whether it is incentives to make people do the right thing, businesses do the right thing, or penalties for people. I mean, you have the district cooling plant as an example where a district cooling plant supplying chilled water to buildings can levy penalties if the temperature is not returned back as to how it should be. So the building operator actually takes an effort to maintain the right temperature, which eventually reduces the emissions. So that stick works there. So either you incentivize the businesses or bring in some sort of legislations to drive this hard.
I'm going to answer my own question. The one thing I have seen as a welcome change is I've seen a lot more science and engineering people driving sustainability within the corporates. And that's because they understand numbers. And as I said at the start of this, net zero is a numeric concept, and we need to measure things and we need to keep monitoring them, but we need to monitor them to 2 decimal places, not happy faces, not smiley stuff. So Maria, my question to you, and I apologize, this is a slightly weird question, but how do we get the 50% of the population that are women, how do we get more women to become engineers?
Mm-hmm. I think it goes back to your other question that what do we have to do? We have everything, technology, availability of resources, capital. What's going to put that piece of puzzle together, and also taking it on that sustainability is not only about the environment and climate change. There is a big, huge social aspect around sustainability. And, PepsiCo talked about this, what they're doing, how they're engaging the communities. And engaging communities and youth is a great, great tool to be used for the future generation. Our generation, I wouldn't say is burnt, but it's, it's going to... the future does not depend on us. It depends on the generation behind us. And it is a great opportunity to take this great tool that's called education, to educate our kids and also the parents at this stage and create awareness around sustainability and what is sustainability and how we can transfer this to our kids and to the young generations. And through the businesses also, like Emma talked, educating the schools. Like there's nothing more important than educating this new generation about how to solve and how to embed sustainability in our thinking and our mindset, because it has to be a mindset shift if we want to achieve anything. Legislation will be there, but people will always find ways to bypass it and find ways around it and how it will suit us to make more profit and how we can cheat the system. But a shift in the mindset, it's, in my view, the bigger, not the only solution, but the ideal solution to move forward and resolve all aspects around sustainability. Net zero, very big, because like you said, we have one planet, we need to give it to the next generation. But also how to resolve or how to get us in this path of resolving the social aspects of sustainability, which gender, equality is a big part of that, and how to engage more women and more girls in STEM and engineering. I think if we see the statistics, and women and girls entering the university in most of the countries, and not only developed, but developing countries, we have the statistics are there. The girls are moving towards education on STEM subjects, but how do we retain these women in STEM going into the career and the business? lots of them drop out after university. Either they follow research or they decide to change their career and not go into aggressive industry and engineering. So how do we retain them? And that goes as a cycle as well. How do we retain our workforce in general? How do we retain talent and attract talent in our businesses? And that's a big part of sustainability as well. So I'm just going to stop here, just a little bit food for thought. But yeah, I mean, a shift of mindset and education, and use all these tools that we have, innovation, technology, capital, human capital, in order to work towards these 17 development goals. For me, this is a big part of the solution.
I think the answer is having role models.
That is also a big part, yes.
The three of you are sitting here today showing people that even in the GCC, you can be women in business, you can make a difference, you can do something you care about, and you can be very, very good at it. I think that's a wonderful example to the next generation. So I thank you, chaps. I thank you too. But thank you very much for our panel discussion. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
I've been told I have to take some questions. Anybody want to ask a question? You've got lots of really good people here who've got to answer everything. There we go. That's fine. Thank you very much. I'm sure you want to eat some food now. Thank you. Lunch is that way. Excellent. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Carl.
We're going to have coffee.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I've got a few years before my pension, but not that many. Right, well, yes, volunteers, participants, it's a bit of a game show. This could be the X factor. You're all going to have to do a little special thing, which is to tell us about yourself and to tell us about your business and what brought you to sustainability. So, Dustin, can I ask you to go first?
Sure, thanks so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Dustin Chernowski. I'm the director over at EnviroServe. We're located in Dubai Industrial City. We're into electronic waste recycling and, in particular, materials recovery. So turning printers into clean plastic, aluminium, copper, iron, and so forth. And so what brought me to sustainability was actually a distaste for environmentalism, which is a conversation I had with somebody earlier today. I thought environmentalism didn't offer enough to the corporate world, but when you factor in the economic component, the finance guys get involved, and suddenly sustainability sounds like a much better option for the corporates. So having a finance background myself, I thought sustainability was quite nice. And so that's why I'm involved and why I'm here today.
Stephen, I'd like to hear your story again.
Again?
Yeah.
It always comes out differently. Let me try something slightly different. So let me talk about the Smart and Sustainable Cities Research Cluster. This is a first move for the university. We have lots of academics who work alone and they achieve things, but they're working within a very specific area. And then we started moving towards research groups, and research groups increase the amount that people could do because they're working together with experts in the same field. They achieve more. And now we're looking at clusters, and the idea of clusters is that the problems of today are not really expert problems, they're interdisciplinary. It requires working between different fields. So the Smart and Sustainable Cities Research Cluster brings together academics from computer science, telecommunications, electrical engineering, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, computer engineering, business, humanities, to try and work on the key issues of today. Sustainability is one of them. Digital transformation is a key one at the moment. We're also working a little bit in the additive manufacturing space, particularly how we can do prototyping, but trying to use sustainable materials as part of that. We've got Power Group. We've also got now the sustainability within education, particularly academic integrity and the challenges of AI is part of that group. So we're bringing together all aspects to work on these broader problems to try and build those conversations.
Fascinating. Mohammed?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Danbapa. I'm the co-founder and CCO of IFAS Recycling. IFAS is a circular economy startup committed to closed-loop recycling. Our main goal is to encourage and inspire people and communities and companies to recycle their products in order to create a high-quality end product. So what we do, we support manufacturers to to maximize the amount of materials that are going to landfills by creating new products out of it. For example, food, we convert them into fertilizer or compost. Consumer goods, we convert them into car wash shampoos and degreasers, as well as other products. My journey from sustainability stemmed from childhood. Coming from Africa, we are all breathing sustainability in terms of reuse, reduce, and how to actually be sustainable in what we do. Our things from communal eatings, as well as going back to nature itself for other activities. I moved to Dubai, and then my career started with Averda, one of the largest integrated waste management companies. So I have seen the waste sector born from infancy all the way to the stage where it is now within the region. And IFAS was born thanks to my experience in the waste management industry, as well as my business partner, Mr. Aliu, who comes from the FMCG sector. So what he finds out in the FMCG sector, most of these companies, they have materials that are stuck in warehouses or they end up in the landfills. And most of the times they make a decision to actually transport it to other European countries or less developed countries to do the processing, or sometimes they end up where they're not supposed to be. So with his experience there and my experience in the waste management sector, we created IFAS at the end of the day. And today we're proud to say in the last 4 years or so, we have managed to divert over 9 million kg of materials from the landfills in Dubai specifically, which is equivalent to almost 29 million kg of CO2 emissions that was prevented into the atmosphere.
I love calculating those numbers because they're always very heartwarming and definitely show that you're doing some good. I've looked at a lot of recycling technologies here locally, and I know Chris and Emma, we've talked about this as well. There's a lot of waste in our society here, but the real challenge is that economically turning that waste into something else, upcycling it into something better, seems to have a major problem. And the problem seems to be that it's nearly free to dump stuff in the hole in the ground. How do you manage to make it work economically with your business?
That's the million-dollar question that every day we keep asking ourselves, and the GRID as a partner here also, we try to convince the consumers at the end of the way and try to educate the authorities at the end of to come up together so that we can collaborate and come up with a framework that is going to enable that thing. Technically, everything or anything can be recycled, but it depends on how much effort or how much resources you actually put into it in order to get it recycled. And you get companies that are generating this amount of waste and they're not focused on what is actually the main cause or the main category of the waste. They would rather go and say, okay, I'm going to start, excuse my directness, like they want to start a campaign to clean the beach or to put a plastic container in the offices or in the mall. That's a small percentage or fraction of the materials that we're actually generating. The main focus is, okay, what about the waste at the production? In the earlier sessions, people were talking about the Scope 3 emissions, which is 80% of where most of the materials are coming up, but no one is actually taking that into consideration. So it's a challenging environment to be able to convince people to do that, because every time you talk to them about pricing, they all think that they have gold worth of materials in their site when it's actually trash or that needs to be recovered. Thank God we're seeing lots of encouragements, the carrot and stick measures that are taken in place. Dubai municipality earlier last year introduced the tipping fee, which is pay as you dump. And we have seen companies now coming to us with an idea because of the way that their expense has shot up, sometimes 3x, sometimes 5x. So they come to us like, okay, I want to reduce my recycling. So if we keep doing things like that, we will see the change in the way that the companies are approaching us to that. If you look at the other GCC countries like Kuwait or Saudi, it's entirely different. So at least here, we are seeing lots of things coming up.
Although, Dustin, last time we saw each other was at the Dubai Municipality meeting, where the head of Dubai Municipality, the Director General, invited us to come along. He invited the recycling industry and said, please tell us what we can do. And I think he got it writ large, introduce a landfill charge and ban export of waste. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is starting to work? I mean, how does it affect your business, the fact that people can collect waste, export it and get paid for it, or even dump it in a hole in the ground for next to nothing?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really an economic question, right? And we have the luxury of living in a place that is generally tax-free, okay? But taxes do serve a purpose, and it's to solve for negative externalities in the society. And when you have something that's perhaps non-value added or less value added, we'll take Mohammed's example of food waste, let's say. It's very difficult to sell your food waste right? And so you end up throwing it in the landfill, which is generally fine, it's organic material. But if there's a tipping fee associated, there's now a cost for disposing it. And so that's a way for the government to signal to the businesses and of the UAE to say, if you reduce the amount of waste you have, there's an economic incentive. Or if you're going to increase the amount of waste you have, there's a disincentive by way of fees. Now, to answer your question, our fields are quite different in this sense. If you're dealing with the cosmetic, FMCG type products, the food waste, whereas we're dealing with electronic waste, there's an inherent value in the materials that we have. And so we actually face two separate but similar challenges. One is that for the non-valuable materials, everybody wants to dump it as cheaply as possible, get rid of it as quickly as possible. Okay? For the valuable materials, like electronic waste, there's a race to collect it from the market. And the scavengers in the market and the collectors, there actually is a business to be had there. However, it produces its own negative externalities in the form of the hazardous output from the electronic waste. Okay, there are hazardous materials that are produced when you demanufacture the e-waste. So, you know, the question is, like I said, really an economic one. How can you disincentivize low-cost, harmful dumping practices, and how can you incentivize a reduced disposal rate? And really, I think that's what we're playing with at the moment. And if you look in a place like in Europe, let's say, where the taxes are very high, they have very high recycling rates. The penalties for not recycling are in place. The incentive for properly disposing is in place. The gate fee when you buy tires or batteries or electronics, you pay at the beginning when you purchase those items, and that creates a fund that is effectively a tax. That doesn't exist here, but it seems that we're going in that direction, and we certainly welcome it as the people in the industry. It would correct for a lot of the inefficiency.
Certainly one of the things that I'm most concerned about here is food waste. Not from a sort of philosophical perspective, that is about living here, but it's the money side that drives me nuts. I did some research before this, and the last number I can see is that Dubai dumps 2,500 tons a day of organic waste. If it's organic waste, Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, most of that's going to decompose into methane, which is a very bad greenhouse gas. And the fact that we are telling the world that we're very sustainable, and yet we've got 4 very big dumps on the outskirts of Dubai which are just spewing methane into the air, one of which we're capturing the methane on and then flaring, and the others 3 we're not capturing the methane on. What can we do from a city perspective? How do we get policy changed? Because we've sat there and we've shouted about this, but are there other levers that we can pull?
To me?
Yeah.
Food waste, yeah, is a big challenge. There are lots of startups that I've seen that have been working on this, especially with supermarkets and the food that is lost from shelves. There's also the brunches here that automatically produce a huge amount of waste. So part is cultural and part is the sell-by date and not being able to use it after the sell-by date. My wife used to run a surplus food cafe in the UK, which was pay as you feel, because it was not allowable to sell things that were past their sell-by date. But she made some amazing things from this excess food to divert it away from landfill. And every day she would get in completely different ingredients. Every day she would make something completely original from these ingredients. There was no menu. You would come in, you could get something completely, could be anything. It depends what came from the supermarkets on that day. That would be something that would be nice to see here, but not possible at the moment.
Mohammed, you said that you're making compost with food waste. Have you looked at black soldier fly and a possible way of making a higher value component rather than just compost.
So just to add to what Steve was saying here, we are seeing increase in terms of initiatives like this. Dubai municipality introduced the food bank sector, and the introduction of the tipping fee has actually made people to change the behavior. So if you're an F&B establishment, you're a restaurant or a hotel, the amount of food waste that you're generating earlier has increased drastically now for one reason or the other, the cost. Because at the end of the day, now they're paying 3 to 5x of what they used to pay before. So this mechanism is working in that way to make sure that they're not generating, plus the cultural aspects of it. We all know how the culture influenced people here, like if the Arab and the African culture is more about generosity. If you have 10 guests coming to your house, you cook for 20. But now we are seeing that shift in the way that they do things in terms of coming up with communal or other initiatives in terms of reducing this type of waste. So we will see that this tipping fee, for example, started last year, and then we're seeing that. Even 2 days ago, we had discussions with most of the F&B establishments that they're looking for solutions to do it internally within their own things. That will come to framework. Most of them, they want to do, for example, composting on their sites, but the law will not allow them to do that. Plus, the capex, the investment associated with it, like they need to spend hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars maybe to invest on the machinery that will do the things. Another factor to take into consideration is if they decided to do the composting by themselves, they might not have the capability to do that because they have one line of product that they will put into the technology, so they will end up creating more waste than the actual compost or any other output that will be useful at the end of the day.
But when they're doing the composting, is somebody doing a carbon calculation?
Yes.
Because if they're composting incorrectly, they're going to produce methane.
So the way we do it, there are two ways to do it. One could be with technology. Nowadays, there are state-of-art technologies that will make, for example, what we do at IFAS, we're able to convert any organic materials into compost within 24 hours in the middle of Dubai, in a warehouse, not in the industrial area, thanks to technology and then the advancements. When we went to COP last year, we have seen similar setups happening in places like South America, Brazil, Mexico, and places like that, where they have a demand for such type of products at the end of the day. So by inviting or listening and collaborating with technology providers with solutions like this, we will be able to at least make an impact. Of course, we cannot go to 100% one day. We can do it in phases. Okay, by so period of time, we will reduce, we have a target of reaching 10%, 20%, 30%, till we reach a stage where everyone will be happy with the outcome at the end of the day.
Dustin, is there real demand for e-waste, for the products, the valuable parts that you're producing? What's the most valuable that you produce?
Definitely. Definitely. I mean, e-waste is comprised primarily of not only just recyclable materials, but valuable materials. I think if we look around our homes, we can understand just how much e-waste we really do have around. Typical statistic for the UAE is that we're each generating around 18 kilos of e-waste per person per year, which sounds like a lot. It's a lot of mobile phones. But e-waste is a lot more than just mobile phones, right? That's electronics. If we think of all the electrical things, the dumb devices, the on-off devices, air conditioners, hair dryers, blenders, toasters, okay? All those devices that we consume every year, I mean, how much electronics are you really going through every year? It's about 18 kilos per person. So the question is there value in it? Yes. In our facility, which is producing, we can process about 100 tons per day of e-waste. I would say our number one output by volume is plastic, okay? Number one output by weight is iron, but number one output by value is copper, okay? So anywhere where there's electricity involved, you're gonna find copper, and anywhere where you're finding electronics, which is our smart devices, you have a circuit board, you're gonna find your platinum, palladium, gold, silver. So yes, all e-waste has value, but we need to consider the let's say, revenue negative components inside, which is the beryllium, the tantalum, the cadmium. Capacitors are harmful if we throw them away. Mercury, batteries, leaded glass, things like that. So overall, I'd say e-waste is revenue positive, which makes it a very desirable waste stream. But the challenge is harvesting that value and putting it back into the circular economy in a way that's valuable to society, but also can be tracked for the purpose of reporting it back.
But don't some countries make it the responsibility of the manufacturer to take responsibility for their end of life of their products?
Yeah, they do, and I think we're familiar, some of us, with it, called extended producer responsibility. And for anybody who's unfamiliar, that's the concept that if Samsung's bringing in a mobile phone, let's say $1 million per year, they have to pay 1 dirham, let's say, per mobile phone. That's 1 million dirhams that gets put into a fund to then be drawn from for the eventual recycling of those mobile phones. You might recognize it from tires. Often you have to pay a recycling fee for your tires when you buy them at the onset. That's because there's not enough value in the tire itself to pay and fund for the recycling of it. So there's an escrow account that houses that. And EPR is becoming much, much more popular as a real solution. It's something that was usually taken from tax money. Okay, but if you don't drive and you're paying for tires to be recycled, then that's not exactly efficient. So they would say, fine, anybody who buys tires, anybody who buys electronics, anybody who's contributing to the problem should eventually be responsible for contributing to that fund. And the concept of EPR is to say, then Samsung, Apple, whomever is distributing those phones, ultimately you're going to be the first ones to be paying that, and then you can recoup it when you sell your devices. So Samsung might pay on import, but then charge you during the retail sale.
Do you think there's any logic in hijacking that idea and applying it to other products? And I'm specifically thinking at the moment at the 2 paper bags, 2 napkins, and 1 piece of plastic that I got this morning from Costa. Tell them they've got to contribute to an end-of-life fund for the fact they've given me a ridiculous amount of packaging for 1 coffee and 1 bun.
Right. Well, there's and the problem is, you have to serve the coffee in something, you've got to give the food in something, and plastic has become a very, very cheap way to do that on the front end. On the back end, there's a real problem there, and I think that's what we've realized, and one of the commitments that I think we're all very happy with the UAE in taking is that we're going to be banning the single-use plastics. We've already started with a fee on plastic bags. Eventually, they'll be outlawed completely, and I've seen in the paper that it's going to be the same for such plastic utensils and
So I'm going to ask this question that I wanted to ask earlier, and Stephen, I'm going to hit you with this one, but actually, feel all free to chip in. I personally think that greenhouse gases are the big problem. If plastic takes 10,000 years to decompose, why are we worried about single-use plastics? I grant it's a problem, but if they're buried in the desert, a long way away from any water course and from anything else, they're not going to go into a river, they're not going to go into the sea, they're not going to generate greenhouse gases. Why are we so obsessed with them?
Single-use plastics, because recycling is not a complete process at the moment. Too many things are diverted from the recycling stream. Individuals who have a single-use item will throw it out their window of their car. So it starts interacting with the environment, and as it breaks down to microplastics, it has health impacts and it has environmental damage impacts. That's why plastic is causing concerns, but you're right that the carbon issue is, I would say, a bigger issue. Plastic is becoming quite pervasive through the environment. The health impacts are there, but they're on the level of health impacts of other things that are in the environment as well. Whereas carbon dioxide, we're looking at more of a longer-term environmental collapse associated with that. two different issues, two completely different issues.
I would agree with you. I mean, both fitting within the sustainability framework, but
yes,
but totally different issues. Mohammed, when you're recycling things and you're engaged with businesses, do they ask you for carbon calculations at the moment as to how much avoided carbon footprint you're saving them by recycling or doing something else with it?
Recently, yes. I think with the introduction of the Year of Sustainability, we're seeing increase of such type of questions. We have a sector like the fact that we're doing the recycling here locally, like we don't send anything abroad to do the processing to reduce the CO2 emissions. We have the capability since we started to share this kind of reports to companies like that. So we keep perfecting the formula. Before we're using the local standards, but now we're trying to come up with a solution where we will include the frameworks from the Environmental Protection Agency from the state, UNFC, all this UN Convention on Climate Change frameworks, to be able to give them the accurate result. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to promote greenwashing or any other form of misinformation. So by the time we produce this kind of report, they will be able to go and publish it on the annual stakeholders parts of the website. They should be part of the ESG reporting that they will do. So come Q2 to Q3 this year, we would be able to start producing such kind of reporting that are well endorsed by the international standards.
So I know from personal experience that that's really hard. Getting to those numbers and making them accurate and transparent is hard. Have you considered going down the carbon credit route of actually creating a UNFCCC carbon development program, clean development program carbon credit? Have you looked at that?
We are currently studying this kind of things with local and international partners. So first thing, what we used to do before is to give companies a form of recycling and segregation report. So if I get 10,000 kg of materials and we recycle it from you, how much of that quantity actually gets recycled? And in terms of composition, how much is, like, for example, paper, how much is organic, how much is plastic or metal? What we're able to, what we're currently working on now, and we are confident that it's going to change the game within the industry, is to be able to come and tell you, okay, out of this 10,000 kg, this is the so amount of CO2 emissions equivalents that you have prevented from getting emission. And you can translate it into common words. Okay, this is the amount of number of liters of waters that you saved, the amount of electricity that you save, or the number of vehicles that you have driven, so that when people see this kind of thing, the behavior can change at the end of the day. Because to be honest and frank to everyone wants to do something that aligns the interest with it. We can keep talking about creating awareness, involving parents and schools. At the end of the day, if the interests are not the same, the people from the left and the people from the right are not coming together, we will not end up with a solution. We will keep having this talk. You mentioned that 18 to 15 years ago, you have the same discussion, and then you're not seeing any progress in it. It's because interests are not aligned. And in my opinion, the best thing to do is to bring everyone together, see the interests that we all have in alignment, and then come up with a balance and way forward.
But some of the people that we're trying to appeal to now are the millennials and the Gen Zs, who are very much more interested in crypto and other types of different non-fiat. So have you looked at putting your carbon onto blockchain and allowing the creation of a crypto token from your carbon credits?
We started with the basic. So for example, now we launch a soft launch, for example, of a recycling app called Recover. We all know the new generations are tied to their mobile phones and information is too much out there. So with the introduction of the app, it will give us access, A, to the parents, to people making the decision, to teachers, to actual individuals working on it, so that anyone who has who has a waste material that they want to recycle at the end of the day, we will be able to give them the platform to do that. And the first step is to do the collection. If we have the capability to do the collection on time, and then we have the capability to gather the data and do the processing, we can generate as much reporting as possible, and then you can entice people at the end of the day to see the benefits of it. So if anyone go to the Google Store, Apple App Store, you will be able to find the app. It's called Recover. It's our way to get in touch with the general public, because primarily we are focused more on B2B, because that's where the volume of the materials are. So for example, the numbers that I gave you in the beginning of the 9 million kg of materials that we have diverted in the past 4 years, these numbers are not recorded by any authority in Dubai or in the UAE, because what numbers in terms of waste generation that gets reported, it's the numbers that we as individuals are generating, municipal solid waste, not industrial waste. So all these 2 kg per capita waste that that are reported in the reports in the UAE, it's not what the industry is generating.
So this is the year of sustainability. It's the year that the UAE hosts COP28. If possibly somebody from government was listening to this, and we're all allegedly experts in something, what would be your one message that you'd like them to hear today? What could government do, one thing, that would make the most difference to the carbon footprint of the UAE, to our ability to recycle, to our ability to get further along towards the net zero goal? Dustin, I'm coming to you first. What's your one message?
Keep doing what you're doing. We've seen more change and the evidence of more improvement in the last 12 months than I think we've seen in the last 12 years. And I don't know if that's because of COP28 or COP28 is because of that. But when we first got started in electronic waste in 2011, I mean, this is when you would drop your Nokia phone and the battery would go this way and the phone would go that way. You'd clip it back together and you were good to go, right? Well, things have become a lot more complicated since then, and we've grown as well. But the need for rules, regulations around e-waste have been needed, and they've come into place. Once those regulations are in place, we now need enforcement, which is starting to come into a place. But I think we're all familiar with the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technologies Make It in the Emirates initiative. That's something that we can contribute directly to. Okay, without the materials staying in the country, you don't have a closed loop system. Okay, you have a C shape, and then it gets exported, and then you import the raw materials again. So I think that Make It in the Emirates initiative, which was just recently announced, the year of sustainability, COP28, I think there's not much we need to tell the government at this point as far as this sustainability agenda. I think it's already in process, and we're very much looking forward to the results. So if they want to whisper maybe some of what's coming down the pipe, that would be my message to them.
I think that's great, actually. Keep doing the same. It really is a positive message. Stephen, what would you say?
I've got to say invest in research and technology. But that's just because of where I am. The sustainable technologies, as I spoke about before, they're old technologies. They're ones that were invented before. They're ones that need investment in order to make them cheaper. So identify the technologies that are going to support us and invest in those, make them cheaper, make them something that can be adopted.
I like that too. When I'm teaching, I talk about the first net zero city that was lit in 1898 by hydroelectric power, which of course was Niagara. And it's quite amazing the fact that we forgot that. The fact that land speed record was held by electric cars until 1908. And we forgot that. The fact that Henry Ford's wife drove an electric car. The fact we forgot that. And the fact that for Tobias from DHL, when I asked him when was the first electric vehicle that Deutsche Post DHL drove, it was 1938. They had a fleet of 1,500 electric trucks just before World War II. I completely agree. I think a lot of the solutions that we need to these challenges are sitting in the patent files, in the old Victorian inventions, where they were doing some really smart stuff. Yeah. Elon didn't name his company Tesla because Tesla was an idiot. Tesla was a really smart guy, and he had some fascinating ideas. Mohammed, what would you like to tell government as a message?
I think it's to keep the momentum in the terms of the initiatives and then the frameworks that they are putting in place. But to add a little bit of caveat, speed is the key. Like we don't need to wait, or we don't need to push. I'm talking about people from the startup world, of people from the multinationals to come up with a solution. So we don't need to wait 5, 10, 20 years for this type of solutions. All the information is out there. All the researches that have been done by the academia are still there. So let's give it a chance. A startup comes with a solution. Let's encourage and do it at a speed that will, because we don't have the time to say that we have 10, 20 years to save the planet or to make an impact. I met an interested lady from Denmark at the COP when we were in Egypt in November. She was like, the COP that she went, the last one was her 17th COP as an attendee. And every time that she went there, I asked her, like, what is her takeaway? She was like, they were so naive 10 COPs back again, like they never knew that it will reach to this situation. And she's seeing the same patterns. Like if we keep doing like this, going at this speed, we will end up, maybe myself will end up coming to this is my 20th COP, and then 2020 we say it's going to happen, but it didn't happen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to us today, and thank you to my fellow panelists. I have had an absolute ball. I don't think I've spoken to so many smart people in a long time, so thank you for coming along. Thank you for participating. Thank you to Sam and his team for putting this together. It's an amazing start. We need the people that are doing things, the people that have experience, the people that have case studies and examples, the people who have knowledge to share. We need a platform for all of us to share with all of you. So thank you very much for this. This has been the first of our Sustainability Middle East events. Thank you.